Chat, we are live. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. How are we doing? Let me catch up with chat. Hey, have a good stream. I love you. Please react to my video. Yeah, I will. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will, honey. Come here, say hi. I'll eat you alive. Perfect. Perfect. Good morning, Pokken Chat. How are we today? I'm doing fantastic. I've been reading Google Documents. A lot of Google Documents. I've been reading 2 more Google Documents. VTubing is self-imploding, so to speak. Frog, when do you become GFD Luke? Last week? Last week. Last week. Properly. Mostly when I was forced to say that I love her on stream. Hi Rattle VR. Hi GT. Hi Cricket. Hello. I'm doing fantastic. Will I get shiny Arbok? Good luck with shiny Arbok. It's a good shiny. Too bad they removed the blue mouth and tongue. The world is self-imploding. True and real. Oh, the Google Doc. There's plenty. There's like 7 now or something like that. There's plenty of Google documents. It's gonna get some good React content once the people are fully. Once somebody has fully summarized it into video format. Because I think Tecton covered the entire thing, but it's like an hour and 40 minutes long. I'm not gonna see that. I'm not gonna do that. Is that a new icon you like? That's sick. I like it. Yeah, one of Deer's friends made it for free. Really cool. Love it. Yeah, it's been a regular Sunday. We got a couple of videos that I do want to react to. We'll start with Zoom's recommendation from the last time, which was the Jack Doherty video. Doherty, I don't know how to pronounce that fool. Plenty of things we gotta do and look at. Anyways, I think we're just gonna jump over to the reactions. It's good that you are in a better place in terms of relationships, because that was honestly very depressing to listen to. Yeah, but now, so what cool depressing stuff are we going to watch? Just be careful with the copyright. True and real. Just be careful with the copyright. I hate it. I hate that YouTube is like this. I'm in a much better place. We have actually decided that we're gonna meet up for the first time. She's gonna fly to Germany, and we're gonna stay here for she's gonna stay here for 3 months for my entire summer break. That's the good part about dating a girl failure that wants to be a stay-at-home mom. Anyways, let's turn that off. Jump over to this here. Usually I should be fine. At this point, I don't even know that much about the dude, to be honest. Yeah, again, I'm sorry about yesterday. Yeah, I nuked myself last time when I watched Sword Art Online Abridged. I got myself killed. That's pretty normal at this point. Standard practice. Death is a standard practice around here. Anyways, I think we're just gonna start. Let me check. Audio seems to be fine. Everything seems to be fine. Very good. Very nice. And we're just going to start with this. Super simple. We're gonna watch this. That was planned for last Sunday, but I didn't stream because of date. Anyways. The Deserved End of Jack Doherty by Internet Anarchist. At this point, it's like, all I know about this dude, that he's like a little bit of a dick, a prick. He, I think, caused an accident with his McLaren, And then literally was like, instead of like being worried about his friend, he was like, go film it, go film it, while his friend was bleeding all over his face. I don't even know anymore about all these dudes that are just morons on the internet at this point. Let's just say the deserved end of this dude.
It happens after a creator has spent their entire career provoking, harassing, and belittling everyone around them. Do they, 1, eventually learn the error of their ways and become a better person, or 2, lose everything they worked for and crash out?
There's two things that usually happen, right, with these people. Either nothing at all happens, right? When they mess up, nothing at all happens, and they're gonna bounce back. They are going to apologize. However, they don't apologize because of, like, they actually see the error of their ways. They just apologize because they got caught. Or they just get removed of the internet. Maybe there's even a fourth thing where they just continue and over and just continue and can never be stopped.
In the most dramatic way possible. Unfortunately for Jack Doherty, it was the latter, as his never-ending thirst for notoriety has caused all of the people around him and his main sources of income to completely abandon him.
Guys, look. Me and McKinley just broke up. The cops are outside of my house right now. She just called the cops on me, packed all her shit, took her car, everything. Insane.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly
My brain didn't quite register that. Was that his girlfriend just saying, yeah, I'm out of here?
of income to completely abandon him.
Guys, look. Me and McKinley just broke up.
Oh yeah, his girlfriend is gone. Gone, reduced to atoms. Bye-bye. It's never nothing happens. It's either it's explosive or boring for the public. Yeah, but when it's boring for the public, then nothing, so to speak, happens to the content creator. They can just continue their ways because nobody cares. That's like oftentimes, for example, I like to bring up Dr. Disrespect. Bro talks wheel HR minor continues as normal. Because after 2 weeks, people forgot what was going on.
Cops are outside of my house right now. She just called the cops on me, packed all her shit, took her car, everything. Insane.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be taking another look into the never-ending downfall of the internet's biggest clown, Jack Doherty, and how he has seemingly ended his career in the worst way possible. For those of you fortunate enough to not know who Jack Doherty is, he's the personification of everything wrong with IRL streaming and influencer culture. From building his career on being a public nuisance, to glamorizing degeneracy by promoting OF models. Jack only cares about enriching himself, even if it's at the expense of others around him. These
It was promoting OF stuff. I already really dislike him. Just from that singular statement, I already really dislike him.
reckless pursuits often endangered not just himself, but everyone around him. One of the most recent examples was when he lost control of his McLaren while responding to stream chats on his phone. You'd think Jack would at least tone down his wild antics after such a traumatic event, but the publicity around the incident only encouraged him to take on more risky.
You know what I'm gonna be honest. If you get caught using your phone while driving, you should receive an incredibly juicy fine. So juicy that you're never going to use your phone while driving ever again. Ugh. Dude, isn't he like 13 years old? He reminds me of Justin Bieber. The difference is that this guy didn't get touched by Diddy. But yeah, he does look kind of young. Like a young boy, true and real.
behaviors. Unfortunately for Jack, none of the controversies surrounding his career ever translate into meaningful engagement, as he's been caught view-botting on more than one occasion.
The views, look at robot views. Okay, let's see stable Ronaldo. Okay, let's see. Oh, whoa, whoa.
As you'd
To be fair, it is really weird, but also it's pretty normal to view bot on Twitch. In fact, there's people who just pay to get others view botted. Like there's people who will pay for the streamer to get view botted. That just exists. I don't know why. I don't know why you would view bot your streamer, but there's people that do this constantly. And you can tell. You can literally just like look at the analytics, and like when you see like a massive jump that's not supposed to be there, that usually indicates that there has been somebody has been viewer botted. That paint job on the car looks stupid. Maybe. I have not much knowledge about cars, to be fair.
imagine, Jack tried to hide the truth by calling his critics broke.
I see on Twitter everyone is saying I've been viewbotting. I just got married today. I'm sorry that people add views to my stream and there's nothing I can do about it. Big whoop. And then everyone's saying I don't have a lot of chatters in my Twitch thing. It's because I have a deal with party.com. So I tell everyone to chat in the party.com chat because that's the only chat I read. So everyone knows not to look at the Twitch chat and go to the party chat. But I got married today. Fudge all the haters. You guys are broke at the end of the day, so you guys really can't be talking.
From Jack's perspective, it didn't matter what he was doing as long as it made him money. And he was even willing to scam his
What a weird... Well, it doesn't surprise me. This isn't the first time I've seen this behavior where it's like, oh, I'm rich, so you can't do anything to me. Or, oh, I'm rich, but we should still, go after the really rich ones. Of course, not me. Huh. Pokemon. Nah.
fans to make a quick buck. By the 22nd of November 2024, Jack started a Twitter livestream captioned, "Buying meme coins live," in which he desperately tried to hide the fact that he was about to promote his own meme coin.
Whoever gets the ticker symbol right of what I'm getting, of what coin I'm about to buy, it's one of my most viral moments, guys, so I'm about to show y'all what it is. I'm about to put a bag in it, and I'm excited, guys. I'm excited.
When Jack finally
Crypto scamming your viewers? Is that the next step in evolution for this guy? Damn, giving me Logan Paul energy.
decided to pick a coin, his intentions became very obvious. Not only was the coin created an hour before the live stream, but its title was a direct reference to one of Jack's other viral moments.
This is the coin I'm about to buy. Right here, baby. I'm buying McLaren coin. All right, let's go. I just bought 5 soul. I just bought 5 soul worth. Let's see. Okay, let's see.
Once users began to buy in, Jack stopped engaging with the chat and ended the stream right before he rug pulled his fans. Sadly, scamming his audience.
I can predict the future. He did, in fact, scam his own viewers. But then again, I have no sympathy. You know why? You're probably not the brightest if you watch this dude.
Once wasn't enough for Jack, as he'd pull the same trick again the following day. By the time people began calling Jack out for his deplorable behavior, he'd make them hate him even more, with tweets that read, "It's funny how the people who have the least to show for themselves are always the first to comment on shit I be doing. Like dog, focus on yourself before you start critiquing anything I do. Nothing will ever stop me. I'm mentally stronger than all of you low IQ Fs, who have so much to say about me." It wasn't apparent at that moment, but Jack's statement about being unstoppable would be put to test in the coming months. For now, he ignored all the warning signs and continued with his usual degeneracy. Around the same time Jack was scamming his fans, someone else was scamming him, and he barely saw it coming.
I'm doing the meta, the Kai Cenat sub meta. You gift him 100 subs, and then you get like 10K live viewers. And then he gets all excited about like $500, so whoop-de-doo.
Jack Doherty explained how he's actually the one who finessed Kai Cenat when everyone thinks Kai finessed him for subs. The scammer got scammed. Classic.
Sorry. I'll just run an ad right now and make it right back. Come on. No, I'm kidding. Guys, should I gift him 1,000 subs right now, chat? Get them all going? Guys, should I give Kai Cenat should I give him 1,000 subscribers, chat, before I crash out on my McLaren? Kai said gift another 100 if it's the real you.
After he had donated the subs, Kai completely disavowed Jack, and made it apparent that no reputable creator would ever associate with him.
Wait. So I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna live with Jack. We just finessed him out of 300.
This was a harsh reminder to Jack that money isn't going to make.
So bro donated him. Bro gifted him a bunch of subs. Baited this man into gifting him a bunch of subs and said, "Nah, we good. I'm not talking to you. Get out of here." Based. Incredibly based.
Make people overlook his horrible reputation, but that didn't keep him from trying other ways of gaining positive public perception. On the 23rd of December, Jack tried to garner some goodwill and publicity by interviewing with the creator Pack God, but it only served to degrade his reputation further and expose him as a fraud.
So one thing that a lot of people were asking about that I'll just relay for you is your primary source of income. Where would you say you make the most amount of money on the internet? If you don't mind disclosing that. If you do, that's
I'm pretty sure you're digging for the only answer. No, I'm kidding, but obviously, it's not like, so that's not known. But yeah, a decent amount of my money comes from OnlyFans management and that side of things, but also a decent chunk of it, my monthly income comes from my own stuff. I have a.
So he's a pimp. That's what you're trying to say. This man is a pimp. Interesting.
Kick deal. I have a gambling deal. I have a YouTube channel and a bunch of other stuff. So I make enough money, off just myself.
While the interview was only a few minutes long, it felt like an eternity for Jack, as Pack God constantly confronted him with the degenerate nature of his business and social media persona, something Jack was nowhere near ready to deal with.
A lot of people have, some fault with you promoting OnlyFans to young children. What would you say to these people who say that, that's an irresponsible thing to do? Making videos for young children with editing that's stylized for young children, and then at the end of these videos, what you're doing is promoting pornography. What do you say to that?
Business, dog. What are you gonna do about it?
It's just business.
Yo, I'm gonna show corn to minors. Business as usual. It's just business, chat. I've heard that in the couple of docs to yesterday, that it's just business, chat. It is just business. It's just business. Doesn't matter who you affect, who you harm. Doesn't matter how degenerate it is. Business is business. And what they say, don't hate the player, cause pimping it easy. Nah. Kick this player into his nuts so they appear on his in his mouth.
I'm kidding. Stop.
No, okay, Jack, come on, man, come on. Just how about you just say it, but then stand by it. Just say it's just business, and then be like, it's just business. Just say just be like, look, I'm gonna promote.
It's just like at the end of the day, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And
if Jack had any humanity left, this interview could have been a wake-up call, but it seemed he was too far gone. As 2024 drew to a close, so did whatever relevancy or respect Jack had left. One could argue Jack had no need for such things. However, they were only the first of many dominoes that fell before Jack lost the one thing he cared about most: money. By the start of 2025, Kick would reverse Jack's ban on the platform and give him another chance to be a better streamer. In response,
Kick really is just like, you gotta delete somebody on stream for them to actually pull the plug. You gotta really pull a Johnny Somali. Hi Rice, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello there. But yeah, Kick is like, you gotta pull Johnny Somali, otherwise you are not getting permabanned. That is wild.
To the good news, Jack boasted about how his career was back on track, and promised he'd be a different kind of streamer this time.
But I'm gonna be good. I'm not gonna be too cocky just for the first week, just because everyone that didn't believe in me, man. But listen, I'm gonna be way more humble moving forward, and I'm never gonna up again. I know I've said it a million times, but trust me, bro. It was an accident. What happened? What got me banned was an accident. Accidents happen, bro. That's why it's called an accident.
While there was a small chance Jack had actually changed, it was only a matter of time before he slipped back into his old ways. On the 19th of February 2025, Jack went live streaming with creator Joshua Block, and while everything was normal for the most part, things were—
Oh no, not this dude, not this, the autistic guy that has been used and abused for views. Oh no, not again.
take a turn for the worst when a random stream sniper decided to give him a taste of his own medicine.
I just have to, bro. Yeah. I think I might Well, you're getting chips everywhere. All right. Enough. Fucking bitch. Stupid fuck. Now what, bitch? Now what? Dave. He's good. Dave. Let him be. We're good.
Even though Jack wasn't the first one to instigate the confrontation, he took it too far by retaliating like that with his bodyguard, a decision that Kick wasn't going to tolerate, as
Good, obviously. Bro really tried to throw hands with an autistic dude. This is ridiculous.
they immediately banned him for violating terms of service.
I think I just got banned on Kick. Oh my god, dog. I just got banned on Kick because yeah, I'm cooked, bro. How is that fair, guys? This is why I don't like Kick, bro. It's like...
You defended yourself.
Jack's impulsive attitude had once again cost him everything, and when he tried to appeal the ban, Kick immediately rejected it, to which Jack responded with the following statement.
Fucking disruption? All 200,000 followers are built on your fucking platform.
I have to truly ask, and this is important, I need to ask this. Where are these little guys who looks like a 13-year-old? Where are this guy's parents? Where are this guy's parents? Where are your parents? This is fatherless behavior.
Fuck you and lick my fucking balls, Eddie. Fuck you and all your Australian friends. They all suck dick. I'm sorry, you guys are a bunch of pussies. You're turning into Twitch, and you know what? Twitch is fucking better because I'm actually live on Twitch right now because it's not a fucking liberal-ass platform like you guys. I hope you the border as well.
After losing his most profitable streaming platform for the final time, Jack returned to his usual reckless stunts, hoping to regain some of his lost viewership, but it didn't turn out how he wanted.
You good? Holy shit.
Oh, I'm done with that.
Oh.
Despite this stunt landing him in the hospital, Jack was completely unwilling to learn his lesson and explore safer or less damaging forms of content creation.
Deserved. Hi tourist, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Disowned. I would disown this guy immediately. If that was my child. I wouldn't even I don't know. If I had a child, I wouldn't that would never happen. First of all, my child would be a VTuber. First of all, that's really important. It would be a VTuber. Second of all, that would never happen. Hi Jacob, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Looking back at his career as a whole, the only time Jack has ever shown any consideration or remorse for his actions was when it affected his income. Sadly, Jack would have to be taught that lesson one more time before truly understanding that his actions have consequences.
A true capitalist. A true capitalist. It only hurts when it affects the money. It's true and real. True and capitalist pilled. So to speak. I like it. I like this.
consequences. By the 25th of March 2025, Jack woke up to the news that his longtime girlfriend, McKinley, had not just broken up with him, but also called the police to assist her in reclaiming her things.
Guys, look. Me and McKinley just broke up. The cops are outside of my house right now.
But aren't you married? I thought. Sounds like some divorce papers are flying in. Poor guy.
She just called the cops on me, packed all her shit, took her car, everything. Insane. Insane, bro.
In his panicked state, Jack revealed just how much this breakup would cost him financially.
I mean, like yesterday I told you guys we were in a fight. Instead of talking to me, like I thought everything was okay. Instead of talking to me, this bitch has been plotting the past 24 hours. She changed all of her passwords to all of her social media accounts that I blew the up because she's my fucking girlfriend. Like the and she just took, like, evil, bro. Evil. She just took 500 grand a month from me. Evil, bro. She's been plotting. She used me the past 2 years to fucking. I can't believe it. I'm so mad. This is like.
It's ironic how Jack is only just now realizing that money doesn't make people genuinely care about you. And even.
I find that incredibly interesting. People are only focused on money. Attract people who are only focused on money. How ironic. Not really. Fork found in kitchen. The grass is green. Have you seen the Cinder drama? Yep, I have seen. I've been reading the newest document. I've been reading all the documents with the frog woman. It's just moron.
Even though it was too late for him to correct that mistake, he still tried to convince her to stay.
Yes, you usually wouldn't answer me. You called the cops before you fucking talked to your boyfriend? Are you kidding me? Like, how the fuck are you doing that? That's it, bro. That's all I did. I don't know. Yeah, but I did. I just wanted to talk to you. That's it. They just talked to you. You wouldn't answer me, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? I was crashing out.
Looking at one of the officers' body cam footage gives us a bit more insight on what really transpired between the two before the police got involved.
So she put some stuff on.
Yeah. He got violent with her last night. He put his hands on her. She came to my house. I'm an old friend of his. But she.
Isn't that the OF chick? That is the OF chick. These fuckers hang around with the worst people imaginable. Also, in addition to that.
He's right there in a different car, waiting. Yeah. If he were to see my car, it would have escalated things, so I hid here. She's there with her friend in a car in a Nissan that he's never seen before. So
well, who's she and he and who are all these people?
McKinley.
That's who the caller is.
Yes.
Apparently, Jack had threatened McKinley the previous day, and now that she was leaving, he tried to find any excuse to make her stay. While there isn't any footage of the said threats being made, Jack's comment about putting a quote hit on her friend leads us to believe that he did have some ill intent towards them.
Who is this bitch? Who is this evil friend in her life? I've never met this bitch ever, but she pops out to help her move out of my house. It's put a hit on her.
Regardless of what initiated the breakup, Jack still tried to make himself look like the victim, but viewers weren't buying it and clowned him in the comments section, reading, "She's been planning this for a while, not just the last 24 hours. Toxic people have toxic relationships. She was a gold digger, but he's a jerk, so he had it."
I wanted to say something, but I forgot it. Damn, I wanted to say something. Oh yeah. Everybody in this story should die. that is a bit overblown. But everybody in this situation should just vanquish off the internet.
It coming. And no wonder why she broke up with you. Like, you call her names and never say sorry. You just buy her stuff. And of course she did grow up. Like, you're in your 20s. You're not 14 anymore, even though you act like it. Grow up. From alien
Act like it, bro looks like 14. Bro looks exactly like 14.
alienating his closest friends, to losing his girlfriend, and the hundreds of thousands of dollars she brought in every month, Jack is finally suffering the consequences of his self-centered approach.
She brought in? Wait. Was she one of the OnlyFans girl? Bro was dating an OnlyFans girl? It makes it even worse, even less self-respect.
to life. For a while, Jack assumed such a thing would never happen. But now that it did, he has no one to blame but himself. Throwing money at his problems could only get him so far, and when you factor in his current trajectory, it's only a matter of time before he has nothing left.
My view is very simple. Rip Bozo, rest in piss, you won't be missed. I don't care. Get this guy off the internet. Man, it's just weird as hell. It's just weird. These guys are just when the person you don't like is actually a piece of shit. When you get a justifiable reason to dislike somebody. It is what it is. It is what it is. Finally I got half an hour of a breather. Time to suffer in exchange, true and real. Jack Doherty is also do OnlyFans. Yeah. I gotta do the deer video. Let me quick look it up. Oh god, another Coty animation video. Just because of deer. I'll pick the shortest I could find here. On purpose. Good. Good. What's a hi, Cocos? How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, UMW. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Then hi, dear. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Anyways, let's do this brain rot real quick. Wednesday, The Battle Dancer by Coty Animation. Let's just get this over with real quick, so deer can disappear. Mission successfully finished. Mission successfully finished. We got through this. The brain rot. Yeeted him before he could troll. Yeeted him before he could troll. I killed this man before he could troll. As it should be. As it should be. Anyways. I'm gonna do... I was gonna say mod to whack his pee-pee, but was too slow. I whacked his pee-pee immediately. I think we're gonna do this one.
Not that.
Oh yeah, that was recommended by the frog, actually. Where does deer find this shit? It's the same channel that he wants me to watch at least once a stream. Reaction stream at least. He just does that. But yeah. That was what my girlfriend wanted me to watch. And I think another one she had as well. Anyways. Speaking German, focus their native language. I will ignore you. I'll just ignore you. At this point. Why politics fail Gen Z by finding Sky? Well, it's not... Is it? Yeah, it's politics. It's like a mixture of politics and society failing Gen Z. Everything is shitty, wanking, expensive. You can't buy a house. You can't afford a spouse. I am starting rhyming. Next, you know, I'm gonna pull off a Eminem, but that's besides the point. It's just that everything is just weird, and weird to blame, right? We get blamed by the boomers, for example. Gen Z is lazy. Yet I see people my age work like morons, work themselves to death because they can't afford anything. It is very interesting. In addition to that, we split society, which makes it worse. We have gender wars. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. Politics doesn't fail it. It fails you. True and real. True and real. My friend did a giveaway. He did it. Will you do a door giveaway too? What? A door? I will not give away doors, Chad. That's not happening. Let's just look at this.
Not that long ago, Gen Z's association of politics went no further than having to listen to their grumpy uncle groan about the Democrats at Thanksgiving dinner. But something happened, because now politics are seen as enough of a reason to end friendships, split up families, and even—
True and real. Very true. That is so true. It's actually crazy how true that is. People have lost the ability to be friends even if you disagree. This actually just goes further than politics, right? Oh, we have a difference in opinion regardless of what it is. I can no longer be friends with you. We have like this created like friendships where people are, they create like isolated bubbles where everybody agrees with them. And if you don't agree with me, I'm gonna kick you out. I'm no longer gonna be friends with you. I don't work like that. You can disagree with me. I can disagree with you. We can still be friends. That's just how I see it.
even justify violence. Politics have become about so much more than just social and economic policy. Each party now has its own culture, its own cohort of beliefs, and its own collective identity. The real psyop is that they've managed to divide America in half so that nationwide reform becomes impossible. This can be easily seen by how everything has become political. If you bring up an issue, it will be instantaneously labeled as either a right-wing or left-wing talking point. The topic could—
True. I saw a TikTok about somebody making a video about Lego Star Wars, right? He showed a character with a blue lightsaber and a character with a red lightsaber. It instantly turned into politics. Immediately. The video itself was not about politics, but because these two colors, blue and red, were in there, it turned into a political discussion in the comment section. It is weird as hell. The current state of politics is, in a way, on one side you have people be like, you don't agree with me, you must be a Nazi. And on the other side you have like, you don't agree with me, you must be woke. There's no in between. There is no in between. What are we doing? Do you want to say door giveaway because people are spamming on KSI stream door give? I'm so confused.
be about anything and people will find a way to politicize it. If either side wants to dismiss your argument, they'll label it as either woke or alt-right. Cancel culture never ends.
Or also what I've seen is the typical, I like pancakes. Oh, so you dislike waffles? Oh, but that was never said. These are the other discussions we are having.
It just disguised itself as political activism. Each party has developed its own collective perspective. Even politicizing something as nonpartisan is working out. This has led to the normalization of political profiling. If you're gay, vegan, or own a cat, you must be a liberal. If you lift weights or on a carnivore diet or you're a man, then you must be conservative. Both sides claim to not be racist, sexist, or homophobic, but both are politically discriminatory. You just took away—
Very true and real. Remember when Trump initially won and people were like really racist to black people who voted for Trump and Latinos who voted for Trump, and it's like that's very interesting. So you are only against racism when they're on your side. I find that really ironic. Communication went far and wild. No one teaches people to listen anymore. Very true, very true.
one form of prejudice and replaced it with another. Bigotry is literally defined as prejudice against a person on the basis of their membership within a particular group. So cutting off family members and refusing to listen to someone who has different political opinions as you just proves that all the bigotry you gripe about from the other side is alive and well all the same within you. But I want to put our differences aside and look at the similarities we all have. Like the fact that we're all working jobs we don't love so that we can pay half of our income to have a roof over our head, searching for meaning in a culture that offers none. The petty political arguments are fake, but the struggle is real. We have a lot more in common than we realize. When you look beyond the trivial drama, you'll find that a lot of young people are angry, frustrated, and disheartened with their life. And I think that maybe that frustration is being directed at all the wrong places. You drive through an apartment complex and see half the
I feel like a lot of the right-wing and left-wing talking points don't have the same goal, but it's very different methods. But the goal seems to be the same. Partially.
The windows have MAGA signs and the other half have pride flags. You're having a sign battle, but you're both struggling to pay your bills. You were not the enemy of one another. It doesn't matter who you voted for. Neither of them are going to help your situation because our political system is full of crooks. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe you could be pointing the finger at the wrong people? Maybe they want us fighting each other so that we don't recognize we're all getting equally economically fucked. As wages stagnate and the cost of assets skyrocket, the middle class is gradually being squeezed out. The youth is being priced out of what was once basic standards of living. Our quality of life will slowly degrade and politicians will still keep yapping about petty political arguments that the majority of Americans don't even care about. It's all a distraction, a ruse, a big show to keep you entertained. It doesn't matter if you're right wing or left wing. Both wings are from the same bird that's shitting on all of us. They're giving you
I like how she puts that. I love how she puts that. I mean, at its core, it's true, right? They up there, those who are up there, they don't care. It doesn't matter what political eye they are. They just don't care. They're just there to fuel their own agenda, right? They don't care about the average person not being able to afford a home, not being able to afford a partner. Now, I'm very glad that my wifey does not care about material things. But I know a lot of people that do want a partner that has a stable income, that do want a partner that can provide. That kind of gets harder and harder the worse this shit gets. Can I agree with her? What? You want to agree with her? You are evil. Nah, of course you can. Of course you can. I don't get about woke and racism. If a black actor plays a white character, is woke. It is, because you are not... How do I put this? You're not putting this black actor because they fit the role. You pick them because you want brownie points. You are abusing a minority for financial gain or for societal gain. Yeah, white actors usually don't play black characters. That usually does not work. There's usually no race swap in that direction. My only opinion is in American politics is that the left-right division is stupid. Yes, because we will be able to make wise decisions with literally two choices. To be honest, I think a lot of major problems in the United States could be fixed if both sides work together, which does not work. At the same time, I feel like, at least as a German, I have to say that a system with multiple parties kind of also doesn't work. Because since I was born, and partially even since my parents were born, we have the same two parties in power. It's like a combination of the same maybe 4 parties, and it does not get better. Because everybody who is in that party should actually be in a retirement home. That's another problem with politics in the United States. Everybody working in politics there should be in a retirement home. No, I will not watch another one, dear. I want white actors play black characters. Racist. It would be considered racist, but that usually does not happen. There is no race swap from black to white, usually.
something easy and digestible to be mad about as a means to divide the population. I already know what half of the comment section is gonna say. This is just left-wing talking points. You're just a brokey who wants to tax the rich. Listen, I'm so distrustful of my government that even if we did properly tax the rich, I have zero confidence that our government would actually use those funds to better America. You're telling me that the US government, who already has boatloads of money, could get paid more money and you think they're actually going to invest it in us? Call me a pessimist, but I don't fucking believe it. I'm not convinced either.
They would never. They would never. But honestly, I think tax the rich does not make sense, because the rich would just leave the country, and with them, likely also job opportunities would go to waste. Instead, if you don't want people who have too much money to not get too much power, if you would want that, you should make legislation that makes it impossible for them to invest too much money in certain areas. For example, a lot of people bring up BlackRock in the housing market, which they should not be in there, because they're artificially inflating the prices. I honestly am not a fan that I got called a liberal because I'm bisexual. I'm not even into politics. Yeah, that happens. Or like I said, the talking point, you are black, so you must be a Democrat. That makes no sense. Is it more likely? Yes. But it doesn't have to be the case.
Side gives a solitary fuck. I was reading an article the other day by Yes Magazine, and I want to share what one of the commenters said. We're coming into not being able to afford rent, not being able to buy homes, not being able to find jobs, competing for resources, and facing environmental problems. It doesn't matter if the leadership is Republican or Democrat. We've been facing the same issues time and time again. Nothing's really changing. It just feels like my vote doesn't matter. The candidates don't care about us. I would say that pretty much summarizes the political dread of Gen Z. Young people are starting to wake up to how shady and flat out negligent our government is. Mark Zuckerberg himself openly admitted that he was being told by the government to silence certain perspectives during the pandemic. USAID, that disguised itself as an aid company, is being exposed as a media
Is not an aid company, which we do know. Shu has covered this. We know that this is not good. Leverage leaves, nothing changed. The companies will keep working while they're in different countries. That may be true, but it also stops it from them investing into future projects in the country that they originally lived in. That's the problem. Also, for example, we just recently had it here in Germany, where somebody left the country, and it's now they're not now just bleeding out their company here, so they can relocate. Hi, Darkness Delight. It's me, Good Darkrai. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Sad to see the Middle East, my region, divided by politics, alongside with the U.S. starring Iraq and supporting. Okay, yeah. The US is involved in a lot of problems. And financing a lot of shit that they should not be financing.
means to use our tax dollars to pay for transgender surgeries in other countries. Things that used to be conspiracy theories are now coming out as basic known facts. The youth does not have any trust in the government whatsoever. I have a prediction. That's probably completely wrong, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think politics will gradually start to become less divisive. As our economic situation worsens, people will no longer feel an appreciation for any candidate or either political party. They will just be angry at the entire system. Angry about our government sitting idly as private companies monopolize America's housing market, for allowing the cost of basic education to become astronomically unaffordable, for failing to step in when the mainstream media is blatantly biased. Sooner or later, people are going to recognize that neither political parties have our best interest in mind. Gen Z already has a tendency.
Because they don't. Because they don't. Politicians usually only have their own interest in mind. That's usually what it is. I did upgrade to the use instead of good whatever. My favorite Pokemon is okay, yeah.
Tendency towards distrust and nihilism. We saw this with the rejection of religion, and I think we're going to see it again with the rejection of politics. We don't care who wins. We want to be able to go to college and not have student loan debt for the rest of our life. We want to be able to buy a house, find a busty Latina, and make some babies.
So true, so true. But mine isn't a busty Latina. Mine is a short, fragile American lady with a European background. But I agree. Make babies, true and real. Yeah, it's just I think currently one of the major problems that people fought on. And I think this is not focus on, and that's not just being a United States thing. I think that's also a worldwide thing. Is how can I afford my own future? I think that's what a lot of people think about.
Not that anyone cares about my gay-ass dream, but I wanted to be able to attend a fine arts atelier and learn from trained professors how to make art like the greats. But, I majored in STEM instead because my gay-ass drawings don't pay the bills. Now I'm stuck drawing bird shit. I'm sure there are many of you watching this that have similar aspirations. You're interested in a particular hobby or skill set, but you can't invest in it because it doesn't make any money. And you start to wonder what the point of life is if you're just endlessly working and never having the time to invest yourself and the things that actually matter to you. I know this seems like a massive side tangent, but I promise it's all closely related. Divisive politics distracting you from your economic fate, your inability to invest in your passions due to economics, the lack of inspiring art in modern society, the normalization of slop and overconsumption. All of these things are closely related. Gen Z turned to politics to fill a void that was not being filled by actual values, ambition, creativity, and community. The days of pursuing your goals, using your individual talents to contribute to a society,
I'm contributing to the society. I'm a VTuber. I entertain people. I mean, that's a contribution, I guess. Sure. I don't know. She's very correct. I would just be half repeating points.
And having a sense of purpose are all slipping through our fingertips. These political ideologies have given us a false sense of something to latch onto. It gives you the illusion that you have something to fight for. And that's the real reason I wanted to make this video. Because turning to politics for meaning is like opening a rusty tin can of expired beans when you're hungry. It will make you physically ill long before you are ever satiated. There's nothing wrong with having a strong political position. The point of this video...
I think a huge problem is that people pick up politics and it becomes their entire identity, where they view everything as political. Oh, this piece of art is political. Oh, this video game is political. Oh, this and that is political. This issue is political. And I'm like, I just want to enjoy things. I'm not here to listen to how this video game is promoting some Marxist idea. I just want to play games, for example. Or I just want to listen to music. I don't care. But I must care now, because you fuckers are throwing your shit into my face, and I don't want to hear it.
Video isn't to vilify politics, it's to vilify distraction. I've noticed that people have a tendency to invest themselves most in things that they have little to no control over. People really care about politics more than they do about their own health. They'll spend 4 hours scrolling through political content but won't spend 30 minutes in the gym. It's important to at the very least be aware of the political and economic situation that you're in, and to develop...
Or they lose so much sight of what truly matters that they become completely devoid of empathy. Where, oh, my political opponent just got shot. Oh well, not my problem. He was probably a bad person, probably a racist anyways. Things like that.
Develop your own personal beliefs about how to navigate that landscape. But dwelling on it any further than that doesn't lead to anything productive. Gen Z is the least religious generation in American history, with almost 50% claiming they have no religious affiliation. But I'd make the argument that where previous generations had religion, Gen Z has politics, which might be even worse. With religion, at least we were one nation under God, which meant that regardless of our personal beliefs, we stood together as a unified country. But without it, we are no longer unified under that faith. Instead, we're enemies, where each side holds the belief that the other party will cause nationwide catastrophe. When you put the phone down and have conversations in real life, you'll find a lot more normalcy and moderate opinions than the internet will lead you to believe exist. The more conversations you have, the more you'll realize that politics aren't everything. You can get along great with someone based on their actual attributes and shared hobbies, regardless of their political position. I have a feeling that at some point, things will eventually get bad enough where people will stop caring about each other's political ideologies. We will come.
True. Bye, Cocos. Take care. Have fun at work. The question is that a good thing or a bad thing when people no longer care about somebody else's political affiliation? Does she mean with that and people would get along better again? That could also, however, be bad, because if we spin it like that and politics has filled the void that other important things one's had, and you take that away, if it's gonna make people overall worse, like even more worse, because now they have even less to believe in or fight for, whatever you want to call it. Because that could go both ways. There was this one politician in the Netherlands that was really popular and conveniently got shot and died, and the people who took over in his place suddenly that the murder go, and he suddenly got a lot of money. Oh. oh, yeah. Like I said, probably was a bad person anyways. Doesn't matter.
Come to a point where there's such a great collective dread that everyone is in agreement that something needs to change. Hopefully by then it's not too late.
I like the bird. Yeah, I very much agree with her position. I just feel like previous generations are also very much responsible for what is happening in my generation. I feel like, especially the boomers, who kind of set us up to fail. But that's just me. I don't know what particular she meant by what happens if people no longer care about politics. I guess people would become worse again, because now it's more dreadful, because now you don't have actually anything to fight for. No, he was actually for the people and want to make stuff better, but the people who took over are incredibly greedy and are currently still in power. Oh god, well, that's a problem. Yeah, that's also very interesting. The people that actually want to do something and actually want to make things better, they get taken out for some weird odd reason. I still think they fucked over Bernie Sanders in the United States. I still think they fucked over this man. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about this? It'll just get worse. It'll just get worse, and nobody's gonna do anything about it. So I posted a fan art of Noel Holo VTuber on Twitter, and somehow it makes me a far left by one of the comment. Good evening, by the way. How does that even work? How does that even work? How does that even work? Oh, you posted art of a VTuber? Leftist. Clearly. But also, hi Alexia, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Mr. Leftist artist. Or, yeah. Anyways, what do I want to watch now? Ah, this one. Yeah, this one. Oh god. It's a royalties here video. We're gonna go through that. We're gonna go watch that. The worst side of Roblox by royalties here. To be fair, I've seen a lot of horror shit come out of Roblox. Predators, 18 plus games with a lot of horrible stuff. A literal like sex trafficking in Roblox and all that stuff, stripping games, everything weird, skins and outfits. I know also that this game is kind of banned in some countries. Hey, I'm good. How about you? I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic. I've been enjoying all the VTuber drama recently. So much fun if your date turns into a, we're gonna read, Google Docs together. But I have a confession to make. Uh-oh. Let's just get into this.
Ah, Roblox, the Temu version of Minecraft. I just know the preschools erupted with that one. Yes, I know they are two different types of block games, and yes, Roblox was released before Minecraft, so calm down. Here's Coco, Melon and Queso playing Dress to Impress, or even some Minecraft parkour. I know you've all been missing that. Are you satisfied? Is your attention span fully?
Yes, now I'm satisfied. Now, to be fair, it does help with paying more attention. Though my attention span cannot be fried because I can sit through hour-long video essays about what was it? The genetic accuracy or whatever of Monster Hunter monsters, so there's no problem. After hearing about the controversy about Cinder, I looked at the Rule 34 artworks of her, and holy shit. Cooked. Oh yeah, have you seen the Silver Docs of a certain VTuber yet? Shit's wild. I've read all the current documents. That will not be the end of it, and I wonder if the people who write these documents are also just as shitty if Cinder does, in fact, fight back.
Hijacked yet? Have you calmed down? But Roblox, especially in recent years, is a monolith in the gaming space, and apparently sees 77.5 million players enter its servers daily, either getting addicted to the glass-grid methamphetamine that is Deepwoken.
Fuck you!
Who the fuck are you? Or the hell that is Phantom Forces nowadays. Admittedly, I've played Roblox more in recent years than I ever have in my childhood, mainly due to the fact that was occupied by other games, like Time Splitters, Viva Pinata, RuneScape, Halo, and like any other child, Call of Duty. And Call of Duty Zombies. But from my experience pre-2016, when most of you were trying to...
As a child, I've never played Roblox. As a child, I've never played Roblox, and that really just comes down to the fact that, I just was never interested. I got interested the moment I found out that there's monster taming games on Roblox. That was the moment, I made a Roblox account and I started playing. But only the monster taming games, nothing else.
Find your mother's egg in her ovaries. Roblox used to harbour this stigma of being cringe, simple, and boring. The only game I remember when I used to play as a child, which I think I mentioned before, was a simplistic military game with weapons where they just had their name in the box, no actual graphical representation of them. You also had like planes and tanks, with one big line in the middle where you would fight the other team with all the same things. That was good times when I was a spam cell. But now its reputation is a far cry from any of the adjectives I used to describe it before. It's now a creative platform that is available on many devices from a phone to a fridge, and has countless games and experiences, of which some should be receiving a copyright infringement notice.
There's also way too many groomers on there. It's like a town square for groomers, unfortunately. They did increase the age rating in some countries. They did do that.
notice soon, but you can find games that are better than most quadruple A games nowadays, created by the players of the Roblox platform, where they can actually make a source of income from it, some becoming millionaires and making a livable wage from this. Yes, we did waste our time at college. All we needed to learn was Lua instead of Python, C++ or Java. But if you learnt HTML, don't worry, that's just natural selection. But it has come with a problem that some creators hate the fact that they don't receive the full profits of their game, and instead Roblox takes the majority of it.
Damn, that's worse than Twitch. That is... Go back. That is diabolical. You make a game, it really pops off, it gets really successful. More than 3/4 of it go to Roblox. That's kind of diabolical. You get just 25, not even 25%. You could have at least why that 0.5%? What you could have given them that, bro? What is this? Why are you doing this?
Roblox takes the majority of it. But I do enjoy a lot of the content that has come out of the Roblox community. Including the part where they were recreating horrific crashes within Roblox. And that one game that everyone takes seriously and is very reminiscent of GTRP. And then you have the content on YouTube, which is aimed towards kids, and after witnessing some of that, I'd rather start sounding with my Ethernet cable than go through that hell again. You've got the voice chat feature in the game, where mainly only one of two events occur. One, you either get immediately warned or banned for saying the most lukewarm remark, like crud or buffoon directed at another player, or you witness the most diabolical comms known to man. But in most lobbies when it comes to voice chat being used, the moderation is quite good. Even if you do get banned for calling somebody a walking, talking flagellum. But then again, it is a children's game, which for some reason they have...
It is Fucker reference, true and real. Yeah, there's a lot of horrid shit on there. There was a lot of horrid shit on there. Like I said, I remember a lot of particular talks about games that are mostly like, and more also like underground grooming thingies and other weird stuff. Prostitution in Roblox and other weird, horrendous shit. And it feels like not rare that the occasional Roblox creator gets outed as a horrible being. Can I recommend the tragic story of Kim? Sure, you can. I get up around that, but sure.
17 plus games, which is a bit weird for a platform mainly dominated by children, but in their defense you do have to verify your age by uploading your ID, and a picture of yourself to verify you're old enough to step into these experiences. Which if voice chat is enabled, you will quickly find most of the inhabitants found Mommy's ID in her purse and asked Mommy to pose for a picture that isn't related to them lying about their age whatsoever. That's a child. But this is related to the topic of today's video, which is the worst side of Roblox. Can you guess which side I'm talking about? No, it's not the casinos of Roblox, those are helping me with my own problems. It's not the in-game customization system of Roblox either. I think I talked about that in my previous video, where for some reason in a children's game you were able to have a character with milkers big enough to block your own POV, labeled bypass avatar.
The bypass avatars. The Booba Roblox avatar. We love to see it. We love to see it.
Models. And it's not the scams or hacks that have occurred on the game that either result in you losing control of your own account or all the Robux being emptied out of it. But the one side that I recently remembered through a comment section of a completely unrelated video and wanted to traumatize you with today was the condos of Roblox.
That is fun.
What are Roblox condos? What are condos? What does that mean? I've never heard this word before. By Mujin? Okay, got it.
Disgusting.
So what are the condos of Roblox? Well, they aren't a property investment as one may think, and the Roblox definition of a condo is significantly more depraved from its
Condominium. Okay, a condo short for it's an individually owned residential unit in a building or complex comprised of other residential units. Condo owners share a common space and often pay association
original
fees to maintain the common space, amenities, and other shared resources. You can own property in Roblox? What? That makes no sense.
definition. Roblox condos are an unofficial genre of sexually explicit Roblox games that bypass a lot of Roblox rules and moderation. Often these games are available to all ages, so anyone below the age of 18 are free to join. Yeah, and if that wasn't enough to churn your stomach, I'm gonna say it once again, not a racial slur, but the slogan of this channel, it gets much worse. Because often these instances have the facilities to change your avatar in a sexual way, either pronouncing certain features or adding.
You never heard of condo before, Poker? Nope. Doesn't matter though. Now I know what it is. And now I know what they're using it for. Roblox strip clubs. Children's game, by the way.
Other attachments. Some even have a catalogue of animations that can be used to replicate sexual activities, and some instances even have voice chat enabled. So basically, these instances are used for ERP or erotic roleplay, and here I thought this was just an isolated problem in VR chat. But the obvious problem is people who are not the age of 18 being able to freely access these experiences on the...
I feel like... maybe not to that degree, but I feel like ERP is prevalent in every game that has an active community with like multiplayer capacity in a way. Maybe not like shooters, but for example MMORPGs, you can 100% tell that there's definitely ERP stuff going on. I guess it's more intense, to VR chat in Roblox, I guess. The condos exist in real life, just for your information. Yeah, makes sense. That's why there is a definition.
Roblox platform, and are exposed to these explicit activities when they shouldn't be on a children's game, potentially leaves them more vulnerable to things like predators. Now, condos have been around on the platform for a while, some saying they even existed when the game was first released, but they started becoming more prominent around 2018 to 2019. Roblox condos used to actually be somewhat normal, with none of the aforementioned features and being more of a social hub. Even poor Dan TDM unfortunately has a video with a title that didn't age very well. But over the years, condos started to gain an infamous reputation due to the activities occurring in them, and they were becoming more popular.
Condos with Diddy parties in it.
In 2019, with many of the player base knowing they exist and their infamous reputation. It got to the point where outside news sources were picking up this information, where in 2022 the BBC, the British Broadcasting Channel, not what you were thinking.
What? That joke was so unnecessary. I didn't think about it, but now you made me think about it. I didn't... You were thinking about it, not we. Not we, you were thinking about it.
Released an article in 2022 identifying Roblox as a children's game with a serious sex problem. Due to the widespread knowledge of condos at this point and the fact that Roblox is primarily dominated by children, many people wanted Roblox to do something about this grave issue on their platform. And they did. In the same article, a spokesperson for Roblox expressed they were aware of one of the problems plaguing their platform in 2022. But how did they deal with this issue? Well, Roblox actually started moderating these condos to the point where the lifetime of most of them is mere hours, and anyone searching for condos is met with no search results. But some claim condos are hiding in plain sight, and some have been publicly named, which I checked out myself. For some reason, many of them are shower simulators or bathroom simulators, and many I was able to...
What? Why? I mean, I know why, but why does this even... That already sounds suspicious. Why is there a shower simulator? Why is there a bathroom simulator? What? Why?
To join on an account that had the age of a 15-year-old, and the experience was questionable to say the least. RP name. I make it spin like a helicopter. They're just watching a GIF play over and over. Really silly hangout game. Why would I need to ragdoll? It's not from porn. You have to ragdoll to earn money. Okay. Okay. Bathroom hangout love heart. Show fun and safe things for all. Effective is no harassment. Avoid inappropriate language or content. Do not explicitly cheat or engage. But why do I need to love her? What is this? What the fuck? Want to add the bathroom hangout to your fit? No!
Well, now you have, bro. Now you have. Now Roblox knows what you're into. Nah, bro. There's literally coring games on Roblox. It's just crazy.
Get off my screen! What the fuck is that? So they're in VR, and one of them looks like one of Pyro's. Okay. What the fuck is that? ABC to do a dirty roleplay with my friend, and she's a gal. Anything you want. What the fuck?
What the heck, bro? What the fuck? Huh? This is not a children's game. That age rating needs to go up to 18 plus if this continues. Just go 18 plus. Just go 18 plus at this point.
Some of these instances gave you the ability to grab other players, which some were using to simulate explicit activities. It was basically like Minecraft spam shifting, and somewhere in avatars that I don't know if somebody under the age of 18 or 16, which was the account I was using, should be seeing that type of content. And I don't know if YouTube would want me to blur that or not, so I just blurred it all anyway. But best to be safe. However, except for the grabbing and perhaps the ragdolling, I couldn't find instances of the game itself enabling the ability to do these things. However, you could make the point that the environments within these games, once again many being shower simulators, encourages these sort of activities with little to no moderation. And straight up, some of these thumbnails for these games you could argue are suggestive, and many of these games did not have a maturity labeling to them.
Of course not a maturity label. Of course not. Damn, they're just as competent as Discord when it comes to child safety. Has anybody ever sued Roblox for because of child safety? I'm gonna take a music break. Take care, Diagonal.
But I could just be nitpicking or reaching. However, it doesn't end there, because once again, it gets much worse.
What?
There, because once...
Choose your morph. Male morph, female morph.
Once again...
Are you a real man or a bitchy boy? I'm a real man! Femboy, no morph.
It gets much worse.
And now naked, or whatever.
Especially with the participation of other platforms. So with condos being heavily monitored on the platform, the people making and participating in them would have to find a different way to get them out there and access them. And this is truly the most distressing part. And once again, I'm not a Roblox pro. I can't even unlock my mouse.
Let me guess. You access these condos through Discord or other websites, but I would assume mostly Discord.
From the center of the screen, to be honest. But there are some Roblox games you can't see if you search for them. Instead, you will need a specific link and or a code. But how do people get access to these codes or links? Well, that's the worrying part. They are quite easy to find on platforms like YouTube and Discord. In fact, if you search for Roblox condos on YouTube, you will quite easily find these YouTube videos providing codes and links to Discords, where anyone, including children, can either directly access these condos or the Discord spreading the information. And these YouTube videos and channels don't get taken down. One of these videos has been up for 3 months. But the Discords are even worse. Not only is it a problem that you can find them quite easily, they also share NSFW media with no...
I mean, kinda cannot blame YouTube, because that's a Roblox, that's an external problem. I guess YouTube could take down the videos, sure. That is, if they are aware of this, which I do not know. However, with Discord, if they also add NSFW stuff to it, then yeah, that's on Discord then to clean that up. But we know how useful Discord is, where you can send in, where you can't even properly report things, because you can't actually give context on those things.
No age verification. On a fresh Discord account, I was able to access these Discord servers.
At least not in the United States and Canada, as far as I'm aware. The European version, you can actually submit proper reports with like additional context and even pictures.
View the condo invites, and even look at the NSFW media. No age verification was needed for any of this. Some of these servers even have their own bots which spread the condo's information. It's worrying that it only took me a minute to get access to all of this information on a fresh Discord account with no verification. And if I can do this as fast as this, a kid on their iPad could probably do the same. All of this is readily available and advertised on Discord, YouTube, and other platforms. Now, what is being done about this? Well, on the YouTube front, nothing much. As said before, these videos stay up and the only thing you can do is just report them and hope YouTube takes them down. On the Discord front, nothing is being done about that either, even when NSFW media is easily accessible, which I'm pretty sure is against Discord TOS. But all you can do now is just report the servers and hope they get taken down. But there is something you can do if you own or admin for a Discord server, especially if it is Roblox related. There is a cool little bot you can add, which I found through No Text to Speech's video, which is RO Cleaner, developed by Ruben Sims, someone that also hates what is happening on Roblox and actively combats it. This bot will scan your Discord server and notify you if anyone in your server is a part of any condo servers, and you can promptly remove them to protect your own.
Ooh, that's very useful. That's useful for Roblox creators, at least. Very interesting. Cool, cool.
On community, especially if it may be a predator. Huey scanned my server, and I know I'm already disappointed in most of you, but this was something else. On the Roblox side, something somewhat is being done about it. I found out from Shinzu's video on the topic, which you should watch his documentary on the subject, as it helped with this video and goes into more detail around it. But Roblox has made it so under 13s can't access or even find instances that do not have a maturity rating, and restricts access to them, social hangouts, and free-form user creations. This does potentially stop them from accessing condos.
I think that stops the kids who are not that bright. I don't think that stops every under 13-year-old. Because I am 100% certain that a 13-year-old can easily find this if they really wanted to. Like he said earlier, if you Google it, you will find it. This doesn't seem too hard to enter.
And after creating an account that said I was 8 years old, I could not find or access any games that I was showing you earlier. But many think this should also apply to anyone under 18.
I'm a pussy that use riot shield.
So in conclusion, Roblox condos are still somewhat a persistent problem on the platform, and it is worrying how easy it is to access information regarding them or the condos themselves, which puts those younger at risk of exposure to NSFW activities, possibly NSFW graphics as well, and perhaps people that may take it.
I would say for everyone under 18, I still think that you can have a mature age rating for a game, but also have no sexual themes. Is the way I see it.
Advantage of them. Personally, when I was around this age, I did not know Discord existed, and my only life's goal was completing the Horizon Drac Easter egg. Good times. But anyway, remember to scan your own servers if you are able to and report any videos or Discords you may come across, because once again, this is a children's game. But yeah, that's all I want.
Gonna scan the Discord server immediately. Well, that's the end of the video. I did not know that these hangouts existed in Roblox, where it's not technically not a hangout, but in reality just a place where you can do degenerate things. I did not know that existed. I know that there were games on that had that over a while, and avatars that made really weird stuff, and a lot of groomers, and a lot of predators. But that's new information. Good that I watched this. Anyways, let's do the next one. Let's do the Muujin one, why not? I'm interested what this is about. Let me drink something first, though, before we get into this. Alright. South Korea just bullied another celebrity to death. The tragedy of Kim Sae-ron by Muujin. I have no idea who that is. Mainly because I don't know much about, like, internet celebrity culture of Korea. Only thing I know is the what's the word? The Johnny Somali thing. But yeah, and I think I've watched a few videos about a Korean girl group or girl groups and stuff. That's really much what I watched. But yeah, let's just get into it. See what happened here.
In the year 1711, Alexander Pope, an English poet and translator, coined a very popular phrase. To err is human, which meant that it is normal for people to make mistakes. It's part of being a human being. And even though this was over 300 years ago, this remains a popular topic even today. Some of the rich...
Well, we should normalize mistakes. I don't make mistakes. I hate making mistakes. I hate it. I don't like making mistakes. From like just starting stream too early to just streaming stream too a little too late. Starting stream a little too late. It annoys me. I hate making mistakes. You can normalize them all you want. I will never accept it. She's a K-pop idol. That much seemed clear. If you don't know about K-pop, the video will teach things, a few things or two. Okay.
Just people on the planet will tell you to make as many mistakes as you can so you can learn from them and adapt, because that's what being human is all about. That is, of course, unless you're any sort of celebrity in South Korea. You cannot in any way, shape, or form make any sort of mistake because you're expected to be perfect. The idea here is that if you're privileged enough to become famous, then you are not allowed to be human anymore. You cannot make mistakes, you can't have emotions, you can't fall in love, you can't have a personal life. Why would you? I mean, you're not human, you're a god. And a god is perfect. This title in an article by the Korea Herald says it best. Loved like idols, cancelled like demons. An idol and a demon could not be more different, and yet, as a celebrity in South Korea, you are constantly swinging between both, with the smallest mistake able to convert you from idol to demon overnight. This extreme shift from being praised like a god to being vilified like the most disgusting human being imaginable, just for being human and making mistakes, has had so many casualties that you'd think they were going out to fight a war. Here's a very common example as to how it all happens. The public finds out that a very renowned actor had substance abuse problems with drugs. Instead of being supportive and hoping that he goes to rehab, he's criticized. He's stuck.
Okay, yeah. That is not too. That was not too unexpected. I do know a few things how this is handled in South Korea. I just don't know how truly bad it is. I find it interesting in like a contrast where like here in like the West where it's like there's people who we know abuse substances but nobody really cares because it's kind of normal. Here kind of not.
Stalked. He sent hate messages. And eventually he leaves this planet, but it's not over yet. They couldn't even let him rest properly because Korean media leaked his final moments through CCTV cameras on the street, as well as the final note he left his wife, which was private, by the way. One mistake, and he went from one of the most respected actors in South Korea to a vilified demon. This is so ridiculously common, and it happens to such young people that it should practically be recognized at this point as an official part of South Korean culture. So it's no surprise that unfortunately, just very recently on February 17th, 2025, Kim Se-ron, a well-renowned South Korean actress, had left us at the young age of 24. Now, usually when this...
Damn. She's as old as me. Wow.
Happens because it does happen too often, media outlets try to find someone to blame for more clicks. Who was the cause of this person's death? Sometimes they like to blame another celebrity that was in her circle of friends, and it turns out to be untrue, so that other celebrity also ends up offing themselves. But most of the time, people online, the South Korean netizens, are blamed, but not much is really done about it because it's a number of people. However, this time, a particular YouTuber is being blamed for the death of Kim Se-ron. During her funeral, the father of Se-ron said that this YouTuber right here by the name of Lee Jin-ho was a massive contributor to her ending it all. And for one of the first times ever, we have the media being held accountable in South Korea for the death of someone like this. The BBC reported on this and called it a case of real-life Squid Game. If you ever need just one story to show you just how ridiculously dystopian South Korea's celebrity scene is, then this is the one. So let's get right into it and talk about it. Let's do this.
Another one. We can add another problem to the many lists that South Korea has. Because I know that this country in general is not going to last for much longer. According to some numbers, we are assuming that this country will start to crumble at 2050.
Sincerely apologize for surprising my fans who have supported me. Wow, that's a statement I would expect from someone who did something unforgivable. It was written by a K-pop star back in March 2024. Could you guess what she might have done wrong? I don't know, did she launch a crypto coin? Did she commit a crime? Did she hurt someone? She was in a private relationship. Yep, she
Damn. Ain't no way. They drove her to self-deletion. Because she had a relationship? Ain't no way. Ain't. This reminds me. This reminds me of VTubing incidents where somebody had a boyfriend and then got cancelled over having a boyfriend. That is terrible. 2050 is a long time. I bet we will see signs by 2035 if they won't receive any miracle of anything. 2050 is the point where the pension money will start to run out, where it will start to get drained, so to speak, because too many old people and not enough new people. Because no children. You sound much safer. Yeah, but you still get cancelled. One Japanese VTuber from Hololive secretly had a boyfriend, and when that got leaked, she was torn apart online. That was interesting.
She did the mistake of falling in love and dating an actor. I apologize for surprising you greatly, she said, promising to show a more mature and hardworking side in the future. Bro, it's almost like she showed up to a concert drunk and couldn't sing or something. But no, her fans took this very seriously. She had committed one of the biggest mistakes you could ever imagine, ruining the fantasy. Get this, one of her demented, absolutely unhinged fans parked a vehicle in front of her agency that had a massive electronic billboard with the words, "Is the love given to you by your fans not enough?" Karina's mistake wasn't that she fell in love. It was that she assumed that she could be a human now that she's famous. This is the industry that we're dealing with here.
What the fuck? What the fuck? We love parasocial relationships. No, we don't. Holy fuck. I mean, that is horrible. That is horrible. Again, imagine people are after you because you were in a relationship. That is so crazy to me. One of my favorite idols from K-pop got criticism for having a hidden tattoo that states her birth date. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
And unfortunately for Kim Se-ron, there was no one to warn her about this because she started so damn young. She was born in the year 2000, and the first ever movie she starred in was in 2009, when she was barely 9 years old. It was a hit, and it showed talent that you very rarely find in a child actor, making it get shown in the Cannes Film Festival, the Toronto Film Festival, the Berlin Film Festival, and winning Best Children's Feature Film at the Asia Pacific Screen Awards. She was a sensation from her first movie, making a name for herself not just in South Korea, but globally as well, which is not easy to do to begin with, and even harder to do when you're 9 years old. From the perspective of a fan, she had everything you could ever wish for. Many people struggle to launch their careers in their 20s, and there she was doing it, and she wasn't even hitting puberty yet. She was meeting some very talented actors, getting to work with some very talented directors and producers, and already able to make a living for herself. So how the hell did we end up here? How could everything go wrong in the span of barely a decade? Well, it starts with her profession. It's no secret, especially now, that being a child actor is probably one of the worst things you can do in your life. When I was a kid and watched Nickelodeon and Disney, I used to be...
True. A lot of the child actors who interacted with people like Dan Schneider had really bad experiences. It just is what it is. My take is that there should, or that there very, very much should, there should be some proper special law around child actors that is made absolutely sure that these are safe. We'll never see that because it's Hollywood. In K-pop, you can't breathe air like everyone else. You must breathe something cleaner, or people might think you're human. Is that a little? Is that imperfection? Die. Welcome back, Zoom. Hi, Somax. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'll be right back in a bit. Okay, take care.
Envious of these actors, thinking, wow, it must be so fun. You get to make money, do cool things, and be famous. Who wouldn't want that? Well, if you knew what they had to go through, you would not want any of it. Having to work slave labor, sometimes 12 hours a day, while your friends were playing football or chilling at home playing video games, you had to navigate the political battlefield of a set. And even worse, you probably also had to avoid a predator who was the director or the producer wanting to touch you in different places. It wasn't fun.
The grippers. The feet. The feet. In this particular case. I think safety law will help them. Wait until later in the video. But then I mean child adults. Yeah, like I said, there should be proper special care for child actors. For example, stuff like psychological evaluation, if they are even able to handle that, and when it says no, then they should be taken away from this because they're not made for it, for example.
Now add to this equation the fact that you were in South Korea, and it's also even worse. One of the first controversies that Seiran was in was when she was only 13 years old. It all started with a simple post. It was 2 photos, where Kim was sitting with her friends on a sofa, and in front of them there were bottles of wine and wine glasses on the coffee table. In the other photo, Seiran is in a karaoke room singing, and one could see a pack of cigarettes not too far from her on the table. The poster of these 2 photos claimed that Seiran was smoking and drinking underage, and obviously that is not a small claim to make at all, especially in a society like South Korea. This was an integral moment in her life. This was the first time she realized that no matter what she said or did, people weren't going to believe.
Her first time controversy is over cigarettes and alcohol? Yeah, this is a very, very different culture. Cause here you have to for your reputation to properly suffer, you'd have to do like horrendous shit. Like they would need to release a video of you abusing somebody physically or something like that. Or make a really degenerate music. That also works, at least around here.
Her once they made up their minds about her. She posted a response, and here's what she had to say. The day that this came up, no matter what I said, no one would have listened. The netizens that write bad comments will pound on their keyboards, accuse and attack until they see the end, which is when they will find interest elsewhere. If I have been good, those who believe me will believe me. Those who don't know me and are jealous of me will not want to hear anything that is good or the truth. She had to face this harsh realization when she was only 13 years old. I can't imagine going through something like this. I mean, this is when you go through puberty. You don't even know who you are as a person. You're still discovering yourself, and you have people already judging you. It's insane. And it's not like she had a support structure around her to help her with things like this. When she was older, we found out from her mother that at a certain point, she had taken her and her 2 siblings with her at the edge of the balcony and was about to jump. Seiran screamed as loud as possible to convince her mother not to do this, and eventually she thankfully was convinced and didn't end up jumping. If that's not traumatic, then I don't know what is. When she was older, she also opened up about how she used to get bullied in school because she was famous, when you would usually expect the opposite to happen. She said, the bullying was pretty intense. They'd write curse words and mean things about me in playgrounds and on the walls on the way home.
What the fuck? Already there, full stop. Already there, it should have been like, yup, this girl does not have a family history of being mentally stable enough to handle something like that. Full stop, already there. Being bullied for being famous? It is actually completely the opposite. Like, if I grew up like as a famous kid, people would be like on a dick riding competition. Interesting.
They'd steal my shoes so I'd have to walk home barefoot. I'd get a call and go outside to see that no one was there, and when I invited everyone for a birthday party, no one showed up. After this, she was asked a follow-up question. Did this make you ever regret becoming an actress? And she said, at first, it was really tough for me, but then I'd be sitting in the theater for my own film, and the moment I saw my name appear in the ending credits, I'd become overwhelmed with joy. Look, it was clear. Practically everything in Seiran's life sucked except for her career. Acting was everything she had, and it's what made her enjoy life. But here's the problem. Acting in general is an extremely intense career, and on top of that, you're doing it in a country that expects you to be perfect like an angel every single step of the way. You can't make mistakes. It doesn't matter who you are. This pressure catches up to you one day or another. And when it does, if you don't have a support system, then you end up doing things that no one would ever want to do. So that means if you want to keep functioning as a regular human being, you have to start coping. And what do so many child actors do to cope?
Drugs. Drugs, alcohol, gambling, anything bad. But I feel like a hobby would have been much better. I think the bottom line lesson is don't get famous if you don't have the perfect environment. For South Korea? Yeah, sure, yeah.
Substance abuse, drug addiction, alcoholism, or both. Macaulay Culkin, the star of the Home Alone movies, became addicted to drugs when he grew up. Demi Lovato shot up heroin for a long time. I mean, the list is endless. And this wasn't going to be any different for Seiran. The pressure had caught up to her, and it had reached its climax on the worst day of her life, the 18th of May, 2022. Look, Seiran really liked alcohol. But one day she overdid it dangerously. She drank 2 wine glasses and decided to drive her car, endangering herself and everyone around her, and ended up crashing into a transformer. This is the footage right here. This is her car. And boom, right into the transformer. This was already a really bad traffic violation, but it was made worse by the fact that 57 businesses couldn't continue operations because that transformer crash made them lose power. After the incident, it was found out that her blood alcohol level when she had driven into the transformer was 0.2%, far exceeding the limit of 0.08%. And so it was confirmed she was going to face trial after getting indicted because of this DUI incident. She had done one of the worst things you could ever do as a celebrity in South Korea. Make a mistake and put others in danger because of that mistake as well. This is something that could have been controversial in the West as well, so it didn't look good. Shortly after, she posted a handwritten note on her Instagram saying that she made a big mistake.
At this point, with the culture the way it is in South Korea, at this point, I would have said, I think I'm out of here. I'm gonna step down from being an actor. At this point, that would have been my decision if this happened. Just the way I see it. Drives. That is because she was under the influence of alcohol. A man could have done this as well. Not gonna lie.
By being drunk at that time, and that because of her wrong judgment and actions, she has hurt so many people, including the merchants and regular citizens. She gave her sincere apologies and said that the damage caused by the accident is currently being worked out with her and her agency. She also apologized to the production crews and the fellow actors and staff from her current projects because after this, they were all put on hold when it came to her roles in particular. This is because as soon as this incident happened, her agency dropped her, said they weren't going to renew the contract at the end of the year. She immediately was dropped from the drama she was in called Trolley, as well as the Netflix series Bloodhounds, where she was playing a fairly important role. Here's what the director of the show had to say. We tried our best to minimize the actress' appearance to decrease the viewer's discomfort. We did our best to increase the quality of the drama while minimizing her appearance. So she was effectively deleted from the series. That's just how quick things move there. So as you can see, this was already a celebrity's worst.
I'm gonna straight up say it, though. I'm gonna straight up say it. If you're that infatuated with a actor, therapy immediately. That is if you are that infatuated with an actor where their appearance makes you uncomfortable because they were in a car accident, I'm gonna straight up say it. Mental illness. Straight jacket immediately. Alcatraz. Arkham, if you will.
Nightmare. She had made a really stupid mistake. Driving under the influence is one of the worst things you can do as an adult, and she was greatly suffering the consequences, but it was only the beginning. Because as time went on, she was betrayed by her friends, by people she trusted, by her own agent, all because it was the trendy thing to do. And of course, Lee Jin-ho was going to be the channel that would have every scoop on her while invading her private life with no shame. So, one of the first betrayals was her posting an Instagram story on her private Instagram account to her friends, inviting them to her birthday party, giving the date and time, and saying, "Bring yourself and alcohol." This was around 2 months after her DUI incident. So, naturally, people were assuming the worst. Oh, she's not cutting back on drinking. Oh, she's not even apologetic. So, the person who leaked this was a close friend of hers, and of course, Lee Jin-ho was the guy reporting on it. It didn't make her look good, but honestly, if we're going to be fair here, we don't even know if she was going to drink at the party. She could just be telling people to bring their own alcohol because she's not going to buy it for them. But that's not how the internet works, okay? People assume the worst immediately, and this was...
Very true, very true. Like I said, I feel like after this accident, my voice dying, and after being dropped from her agency, she should have completely vanquished from the internet. She should have just completely vanquished from the internet. Just saying, not post anything at all, because they're on you. They want to see you crumble. Just vanquish. Therapy's a big umbrella. Everyone says like it's a cure to cancer, but you know how hard to find someone that fits to help you. Although, yeah, better try therapy than not to try. I mean, like I said, if you're that infatuated with an actor, to the point, if the parasocial relationship is that bad, nah, therapy or a straitjacket. Like, that's all she's ever known. She always been in the limelight. Yeah, regardless, at that point, logic must set in. Logic must set in to minimize the damage. Though as brutal as it sounds, you gotta hide. If as a Korean actor, as a popular Korean actor, if you fuck up, you gotta hide. You gotta hide. Acting was all she knew from age 9. She only one career. Yeah, at this point, still, you gotta hide. At this point, it's kind of death or hide. Our friends in school, but I haven't seen them since. But I have new friends in the chat in college. That's why I will never be a celebrity, because I'm not seeing my friends anymore. Tom Holland was right about hating on Hollywood. Hollywood is an entire new can of worms, though. Hollywood is an entire new can of entire different can of worms. That place is also actually evil.
One of the first instances where her point of view, her side of the story, didn't even matter, all while her privacy was being completely breached. Regardless, her trial was about to begin and all eyes were on her. It ended up being anything but a normal day, with multiple bombshells dropping at the same time. First things first, Seiron hired some of the best attorneys in the entire country. Something that's to be expected when you're a celebrity and have a lot of money. She was facing a fine of 20 million won, which is 15,000 USD. And during the trial, she said, "This will never happen again. I'm sorry. I regret my actions and I'm reflecting on them. I've quit drinking and sold my car. I'm the breadwinner of my family and it's been difficult for me to make ends meet. Please have mercy on me." Her lawyers echoed the same thing, saying that she had to pay compensation to all the businesses that were affected and that she was struggling financially. So as of that moment, if you were on the internet, you would assume, okay, well, you're hiring a top tier law firm, or hell, even 2 law firms. You've been an actress your whole life and you're complaining about $15,000? Come on. How spoiled can someone be, right? But what was really confusing in all this was a leak that came out about her leading up to the first trial. And of course, it was none other than Lee Jin-ho again exposing to the world what it was, and it was the fact that a few months after the DUI incident, Seiron was working a part-time job. He had received these news from an...
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. They blasted her for working at a part-time job. It's so over. It's so over. It is so over. But if she tried to hide, there were with her bad topics anyway. Well, if she doesn't post anything bad, if she doesn't post nothing, nothing would happen, right? At least that way, because they're using everything they can find. Like they literally use now that she's working a part-time job. It's over. Have you read about the Italian chef that died? He passed away. Bro. Hi Fable Phantom, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, the dating sim, it's gonna get released. Such friends who needs enemies. With friends like that, it's over. You don't have friends. This is a classic situation of why are all my enemies retarded.
An acquaintance of hers, who of course stabbed her in the back just to get some clout. But even that acquaintance didn't know exactly where she was working because she was keeping it the utmost secret, and it's clear why. But that didn't stop the rumors from circulating. Oh my god, she already fell off so quickly? Wow, how the mighty have fallen, from renowned actress to some part-time job worker. The Korean netizens were feasting on these news. Even her own agency a month before dropping her had confirmed that yes, she was working a part-time job at a cafe. Now what would you think if someone who used to be a big celebrity was working part-time in a cafe? It's interesting, no? It's better than going on TikTok or going on YouTube or starting a Patreon.
Going on YouTube and or on TikTok and doing like NPC streams. She didn't. Yeah, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that specifically. For example, meant for example the birthday invitation which she did post online. That was not a smart idea to do. Should have not happened. This is just ridiculous. How much clout can one even gain from that? I would assume not much. I don't think that was particularly worth it.
And begging for money just for existing like many others have done before when they lost opportunities. But at this point, what you have to understand is that she could do nothing to redeem herself. She had already gone from idol to demon. Look at some of the comments on this article. I don't feel sorry for her. This is merely the consequence of her own actions, which were selfish, irresponsible, and reckless. What she's doing now is literally the bare minimum. I love her, but I don't like the way she or the company is going. I could be completely wrong, but seeing as how the company just confirmed the rumor easily, it just seems to me like a marketing strategy for people to look at her with sorry at the thought. So if she's trying to get a regular job, it's a PR move. And even if it wasn't, it's what she deserves. Of course, there's someone here defending her saying, come on, dude, like, are we going to stop her from getting any sort of job now? But you get the point. In any case, it wasn't like she wanted people to know that she was working a part-time job. It was leaked from someone she thought she trusted. But this didn't matter. To people, this was nothing more than marketing because obviously she's rich as hell. She had shown off her luxury apartment on a TV show at some point, which is in one of the richest areas in Seoul, with people estimating that it costs around 1.6 million USD, while also bearing in mind that the car she was driving during the DUI cost around $75,000 USD. So come on, struggling for money? Who are you kidding here? You can just sell your apartment and live like a queen for the rest of your life. She was effortlessly just getting hated more and more as time went on, and she didn't even have to do anything. But then she did, and it made things 1,000 times worse. A few months after these rumors of her having a part-time job started circulating, around the time the first trial was taking place, on her Instagram story she posted pictures of her wearing a well-renowned cafe's uniform. The cafe being called
People were already not excited. We're already feasting on the fact that you were working a part-time job. People were already feasting on that. What do? You posted on your Instagram that you are working at a cafe. What are you doing? What are you doing? Honestly, at this point, I would have just sold the apartment, grabbed my family, and left the country. I don't know. That would have probably been much smarter at this point. Good God. If I've seen a celebrity working a part-time job, I would cry like a celebrity can barely survive. How will a random Joe? Good question. I wonder though. That could have gone both ways though. That could have gone really good for the coffee business though.
Mega Coffee. The lawyers really wanted to push the idea that she was struggling financially to get leniency in the trial, so they had this brilliant idea of her doing this. But then a disaster ruined all these plans because no one was expecting that Mega Coffee almost immediately called her out after these pictures were released, saying that we can confirm that Kim Se-ron has never worked as an official part-timer employee at any store in the country. The store owner of the location in question has a part-time employee who is friends with Kim Se-ron. However, the owner stated that Kim Se-ron herself never worked as an employee there. That was really bad. Now people were convinced she was faking it. She was trying to garner sympathy when she was.
Ain't no way. This just gets it just gets worse. It continues to get worse. Oh god. So your boss threw you under the bus because of your bad reputation. The lawyers are also not the smartest here. Shit. Damn! Probably could help, but some people don't see it as an option, take everything and leave the country. At this point, it might have made more sense at this point. Man.
Was in fact a millionaire. Typical. 3 days later, her lawyers reiterated in an interview she is working a part-time job due to financial hardship, and also specified that the apartment that everyone was talking about that cost 1.6 million USD was not hers. It belonged to her former agency. The lawyer even went further, saying this: the penalty for the drunk driving incident is already significant and it has caused her to take on lots of debts. The income Kim Se-ron has earned so far has been spent entirely on her parents' business and her family's living expenses. But who cares? By that time it was too late. She was already...
Never mind. She can't leave the country. She can't leave the country. Because she has no money to leave the country. You could just say that she wasn't working in that specific shop. Yeah. Yeah. At that point, it's just over. At that point, it's just over. There's nothing she can do here. Damn.
A full-fledged demon, and there was nothing on this planet that could redeem her. The Korean netizens' reactions were very negative. Does she really think the public is stupid? Lol. So what? If you don't have money, then you should have a part-time job. Why is she making such a big deal about it? Are you cosplaying as a normal person? Working a normal part-time job in your mid-20s doesn't mean you're facing financial hardship. I'm sure she's making easy money now. What financial hardship? Does she not have good adults around her? It feels like she's constantly self-sabotaging herself, and that's how most people viewed her at this point. She couldn't stop self-sabotaging. A month later, the verdict was announced. She had to pay $15,000. She was guilty. The fine wasn't higher because she had done her utmost best to compensate the victims, and she was a first-time offender. It was actually the amount that her and her lawyers were looking for. It risked being way higher than that. And she clarified, I didn't complain about financial difficulties, but it is true that I did work part-time. Also, it is true that the penalty is high. She then said, I will never let this happen again. I'm sorry. One of the top comments on this article says, so she's a gaslighter now, referencing what she had said in her first hearing, how she was the main breadwinner, and saying that she had financial difficulties, and now saying that, well, she never said that. Her reputation could not for a second just catch a breath. Soon enough, the only content you could find about Se-ron were things like this: how once beloved actress Kim Se-ron fell from grace, why K-dramas won't cast Kim Se-ron anymore with the thumbnail ruined her own career. It was official. The obsession of praising her had fully transitioned into an obsession of hating her. But the downward spiral did not stop there. This was it. Anything and everything she could ever do from this point on was seen negatively.
She can't do anything here anymore. She can't do anything anymore, considering this. She gets shit from inside her country. She gets shit from outside her country. She technically can't have a part-time job because once people find out that she actually works that part-time job, the company will either drop her or say that she doesn't work there. Like, what do you do in this situation? What do you do? Another sad story. I was 21, developed depression because I felt bored. Politics became corrupted. My friends backstabbed me and I cried a lot. months ago. I finally lost my depression because of you, and I got a new youngest first cousin. It was amazing. I'm glad that things have changed for you. That's really good. That's really, really good.
Here's a great example of why the BBC chose to call this a Squid Game scenario, okay? At some point, Seiron was out playing Texas Hold'em poker with, well, people she thought were her friends. This was in a pub, and you use the chips to buy food or drinks, right? This isn't illegal gambling or anything. One of her so-called friends had taken multiple very close-up pictures of her while she was enjoying her night. Then this person proceeded to sell them to this tabloid by the name of Dispatch for a quick buck. How did netizens spin this? Well, they had two main conclusions from these pictures. The first one is, how is she facing financial difficulties if she's playing Texas Hold'em poker, typical liar? And the second is, how is she having a hard time in life when she's smiling? Yeah, it's that black and white. If you're smiling in a picture, it means you're having a good time in life.
These people probably don't even know what depression is at this point. What the fuck? Oh, you're smiling? Damn, you must be doing fine out here. There's even people who smile while dying. Doesn't mean they're doing fine. What the heck? What do you do in this situation? Try rub every lamp you find, hoping and hoping a genie will pop out. Yeah, you're gonna rub a lot of them though. In this case.
Life and nothing is wrong. Yeah, that's how life works apparently. Now, unsurprisingly, some people reacted with things like, I thought she was struggling financially, or I knew it. She's not actually struggling financially. I mean, she's playing a Texas Hold'em poker game. She's a millionaire. But surprisingly, many others were supportive at her insane breach of privacy here. One netizen said, it gives me goosebumps how the pictures were taken so close. Looks like one of her friends took those pictures. Does she have no proper friends at all? These pictures were sold to Dispatch. Isn't this her privacy? It's giving me goosebumps. But unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, that didn't matter because Dispatch was pushing its own narrative. Here's what they had to say. It isn't an issue that Kim Seiron enjoys playing Hold'em, but her appearance at the poker table touching her chips seem inconsistent with her claims that she is facing financial hardship. According to the informant, who was obviously a friend who stabbed her in the back, Kim Seiron charged her chips more than once. She also ordered a beer at around 12 a.m. She is alleged to have played for over 3 hours. So even going out to play with people you think are friends is a...
With friends like these, you don't need any enemies. Not at all. Not even a little bit. You don't need friends if you have people like these around you. You know, it's bad when 1 second smile means your life is good. Do I see those mouth corners up? You're doing good in life. How dare you?
Enough to cause such a stir. What kind of life is this? I truly wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. At the same time, of course, Lee Jin-ho had made multiple videos on her and had made a video about the fact that she was playing Texas Hold'em poker. And as she was dealing with the fact that she was absolutely betrayed by someone in her inner circle, another really stupid controversy arose as well. She had posted this picture on her Instagram with the actor Kim Soo-hyun, and just... these cheeks touching was regarded by netizens as skinship, and they were absolutely outraged at the fact that she could...
Wait, what?
Stupid controversy arose as well. She had posted this picture on her Instagram with the actor Kim Soo-hyun, and just... these cheeks touching was regarded by netizens as skinship, and they were...
Skinship? Never mind, I'm googling that. Skinship generally refers to the practice of affectionate physical touch, particularly between family, friends, or loved ones, to express intimacy or strengthen emotional bonds. Talking about reading too much into it. Literal, shippers are crazy. She held it all in for so long. Girl was made of steel, honestly. I just quit, bro. What the hell? I think it would have been over very quickly if I was in a position. We can't make physical contact with people anymore because that means we are in love. Did you just gave a pinky promise to somebody? Get the wood chipper.
Absolutely outraged at the fact that she could be dating him. So his agency immediately put out a statement saying, guys, we can confirm he is not in a relationship, and we will pursue legal action against anyone making up rumors. It's like, bro, can this woman catch a break? She can't even post a picture? Things were getting ridiculous. But still, according to Seyron and her acquaintances, she was not giving up, which was very admirable. At this point, she had gone on a hiatus for a couple years. It was 2024. And she was getting ready to get back into acting. She was going to star in a play called Dongchimi. But here's the thing. At a certain point, as we got closer to 2025, she started posting cryptic Instagram stories. People didn't really know what to think of them, and her last post on Instagram was this picture right here on January 18th with the caption, Blue Heart. Around a month later, on February 17th, she was meant to meet up with a friend. Her friend noticed that she was being unresponsive. She went to her apartment, and that was when she found her. Bringing us back full circle to the article from the beginning.
Damn. Right when it started to look slightly better. Right when it started like she would get back on her feet again. Damn. So close yet so far.
BBC calling this the real-life Squid Game. But what's the logic behind calling it that? Well, it's because it was said by a psychiatry professor at Yale University by the name of Na Jung-ho. He likened the frequency of celebrity deaths in South Korea to a real-life version of Squid Game, saying, our society abandons those who stumble and moves on as if nothing happened. How many more lives must be lost before we stop inflicting this destructive, suffocating shame on people? Drunk driving is a big mistake. There would be a problem with our legal system if that goes unpunished. However, a society that buries people who make mistakes without giving them a second chance is not a healthy one. As soon as you make one mistake, as soon as this fantasy centered around your idol image gets cracked just a little bit, people leave you behind to die if necessary. And that's exactly what's been happening forever in South Korea. The real tragedy in all this is that most of her suffering came from things that weren't confirmed. They were assumptions. It's only after her death and around her funeral, which was 2 days.
Assumptions, leaks, likely, potentially a lot of lies. And yet she would have gone back into acting again. She could have had the chance to live a normal life, some would. Kinda sad.
After her passing, that we started to finally get confirmation on the real news that were happening behind the scenes during her life. For example, we got confirmation that she was indeed suffering from financial difficulties and that she was going through severe depression, and honestly, I'm not surprised. She had accrued debts of over
$486,000! Bruh.
86,000 USD before her death. That's because she had visited every single store out of the 57 stores she had impacted with the destruction of the Transformer and given them compensation. She didn't have the cash available on hand. I mean, who the hell has 500,000 liquid dollars in their bank? So she had to get indebted to her agency. But don't worry, because things are about to get way more tragic. On the day of her funeral, a reporter by the name of Choi Jung-ah revealed to us that just like everyone else, she also was biased against Seyron, saying, I saw an article claiming that Kim Seyron wasn't really working but exaggerating her financial troubles, so I also had some prejudices. Then by chance, she visited a cafe with a friend in Seoul. Her friend remarked that the very motivated worker there kind of looked like Seyron, and that's when the reporter actually realized, wait a second, that's actually her. After this realization, the reporter admitted, I felt ashamed of the prejudices I had about her. She then left her a note with her business card writing, I was one of the people who misunderstood after reading the article and I'm really sorry. I want to apologize on behalf of the current articles and I hope that we can meet again under better circumstances and conduct an interview for a movie.
I find that what are the chances that this journalist, whatever you want to call her, did not release any articles that she was actually working there? What are the chances?
Movie might just be a bad translation for a video, but you get the point. The cafe owner later contacted the reporter and said, Kim Se-ron went up to the rooftop and cried for a long time after reading your note. And that was the last time she was ever in contact with her. They never did the interview. This obviously frustrated a lot of people. Why are you only revealing this on the day of your funeral? So we can 100% confirm she was actually working a part-time job. Her decision not to reveal where exactly might be related to the fact that she didn't want the business she was working for to receive any hate. Her lawyers really wanted to push the fact that she was struggling financially, so they encouraged her to post pictures of her in a uniform at Mega Coffee, even though she didn't actually work there. They just didn't expect that Mega Coffee would come in so quickly and deny the fact that she works there because they didn't want bad PR. If they had said nothing, people would assume she was working there and they would maybe even boycott Mega Coffee because they hated Se-ron so much. What's even crazier and more tragic in all this is the fact that she was actually constantly looking for new part-time jobs to work. But she'd be constantly getting refused purely because of who she was, so she was actually in the process of changing her name just so that she can work other jobs. She wasn't just blacklisted from acting, she was blacklisted from society. I mean, how crazy is this? Just for perspective, the head of the opposition party in South Korean politics, and the man most likely to become the next president, also has a pretty damn bad DUI. Where does this society draw the line? I don't understand. The fate of these celebrities is usually defined by the media coverage.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Why would, at this point, it's like, why would one even, like, I would use this as a primary example of why I would never want to become an actor or a celebrity in South Korea. Who would willingly choose this?
They are to blame just like the toxic netizens. During Se-ron's funeral, her father made a very rare public appearance and spoke to reporters telling them that he believes one of the main reasons why Se-ron took her own life was because of one particular YouTuber who caused her so much emotional anguish. Her father was referring to none other, of course, than Lee Jin-ho. And to make matters worse, very shortly after she passed away, he removed every single video he had ever made about her. He of course received backlash because why would you? If you didn't feel guilty, why would you do that? He then went ahead and streamed for an hour addressing this. And obviously, as you can tell by the
people were not particularly excited about this. You can also see here, like, you have like 200k, 500k, 100k, 27k. Well, this is 16 hours ago, but still, I can almost guarantee that this is this guy still doing well. Let me check. Can I find the channel? Is this channel doing well? Let me check. Oh, this fucker is still doing well. This motherfucker is still doing well. Ban him. YouTube, ban him. Immediately. Poker don't become popular. It will eventually happen. It will eventually happen. And I'm gonna get cancelled. It will happen. Then become depressed. Nah. Who'll choose this? Anyone in South Korea? Unfortunately. Unfortunately, people would willingly choose this lifestyle. In ancient time, all alpha male leader of the land had to be perfect. I heard about one legendary Arabic king that fell only since his people saw he could bleed, so they took him down. Oh, name of the king? Okay, can't pronounce that, but oh. In ancient times, that was also the case, I guess.
None other, of course, than Lee Jin-ho. And to make matters worse, very shortly after she passed away, he removed every single video he had ever made about her. He of course received backlash because why would you? If you didn't feel guilty, why would you do that? He then went ahead and streamed for an hour addressing this. And obviously, as you can tell by the dislikes, people weren't too happy with this. He started off the live stream by offering his condolences, saying, "I cannot begin to imagine the pain her family is going through. The situation has really saddened me as well. I sincerely wish for the late Kim Se-ron to rest in peace." But then refuted the allegations that he had harassed her while she was still alive, calling such claims baseless, saying that I have enough evidence to counter these accusations. He continued by saying that the videos he made about her were carefully reviewed before being published, saying, "I only uploaded content after verifying it with her acquaintances and agency representatives." To support his claim, he released an audio recording of a conversation he had with Se-ron's last manager. The manager said the claim that you tormented Kim Se-ron is completely untrue. In this same conversation, you could hear Lee Jin-ho say, "For 2 years, we shared the sentiment that while Kim Se-ron had made mistakes, she still needed a means to support herself. She should be given a chance to continue some form of work." He argued that this was the motivation behind his videos discussing Kim's financial struggles, including her part-time job at a cafe in Seongsu-dong in Seoul and her tutoring of aspiring actors as a form of volunteer work. He then said that at some point he had discussions with the agency of Se-ron to give her an interview because she had an urgent need for a career comeback, specifying her agency was actively involved in these discussions and I incorporated their input into my videos. And now here's the best part, okay? After being dropped from her first agency, Se-ron stealthily signed with another agency a couple years later while getting ready for her comeback. Here's what he had to say about it, okay? He said, "I knew that revealing Kim Se-ron had signed with an agency would..."
He talked to everyone around her, but her. That's the ironic part, right? He talked to everyone, but the woman in question. I find that weird. And you know what's also really weird? That he deleted all the videos. That he took down all the videos. I find that really interesting. I know he is the friend who deserves backlash, but don't ban him. I don't want him because of us. Nah, I just think that he's not as innocent as he makes himself here out to be.
Provoke public criticism. The media had been scrutinizing every aspect of her life, and I genuinely wanted her to be given another chance. That's why I deliberately refrained from covering any unfavorable aspects regarding her. Bro, I have never in my entire life seen someone more delusional than this idiot. He's making this all seem like he was doing her a favor when he was leaking things that no one had known about her without her consent.
Hot take. Hot take. There should be some form of prison sentence for behavior like this.
Consent while completely breaching her privacy. One of the top comments on this livestream calls this out directly. Some of the titles he used were ridiculous, like "The Two Faces of Kim Se-ron, the final hardships of a part-time worker's life," or "Kim Se-ron has taken a selfie again. Did she disappear after marriage rumors? I contacted her directly." And when he contacted her, the number said it doesn't exist, so he was just calling her number without her knowing he had her number. He also was using her manager as a way for him to justify his actions, but here's the thing. You had her manager's approval, you had her agency's approval, you had her friends and acquaintances who leaked things about her and their approval, but when did she ever approve anything? When was she ever given a choice? Everyone was playing with her life like a bar.
And she was literally not allowed to say anything at all. Bro was not helping. Bro was absolutely not helping.
Barbie doll, and she never was able to say yes or no to anything. They can deny it all they want, but at the end of the day, they have blood on their hands. But of course, the question on everyone's minds right now is this going to lead to meaningful change in South Korea's celebrity culture? Well, no. Some K-pop stans are already ready to start waging war on yet another celebrity, blaming him for the death of Se-ron because she just so happened to die on his birthday. Like, dude, come on, just please make this.
Bait or mental retardation. Call it. Ain't no way. I agree with your hot take. I think should punish the leaker rather than public. True and real, the leaker should be punished.
This makes sense. Do you want him to die too? It's so weird, man. It's almost comical.
In fact, not just the leaker. All people that were leaking stuff rather than help himself only. He thought he'll be a great content creator with more views if he leaks stuff around. Paparazzi, in the way. We love to see it.
If we weren't actually dealing with people's real lives. As it stands, the final piece of Kim Se-ron's legacy is a film she's already filmed before that's going to release in the second half of 2025. Its title is Every Day We Are, and I'm sure it'll do good because dead actors typically sell more tickets than the ones who are alive. Overall, I think this story is very tragic because for the majority of it, Se-ron never was able to give any form of consent to the information that was being leaked about her, whether from her lawyers, her acquaintances, her friends, whatever. She was betrayed by people she thought she could trust every step of the way, and the public feasted on it, already making up their minds about what kind of person she is. She was never able to set the record straight, and unfortunately, it's because she understood at a very early age, when she was 13, that it wouldn't have mattered. And because of that, we
also kind of funny how this is reflecting the if an artist dies, the art becomes more successful. That works the same with actors, it appears.
Lost yet another South Korean celebrity. I hope that she can rest in peace, and I hope that she's the final casualty of this very weird culture. But as it stands right now, the way I see it, 2025 is going to be filled with cases like this. That's just how things go in South Korea. It's just one big game of Squid Game, where as soon as you make a mistake, you get left behind and you die. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. Please stay safe, and I love you. Mwah.
That was wild. I would never want to be a celebrity in South Korea. I would never choose this life. This sounds horrible. This sounds awful. Hell nah. Lee Jin-ho, I really want to see you succeed in your career. Anyway, I leaked the picture of you sleeping yesterday. Accurate. That was horrible. That is horrifying. They're scary. Like I said, I would not want to live and become successful in a country like that. Nah. And I thought celebrity culture in the United States is terrible. This is like quadruple worse. Horrid. Damn. Crazy. Straight up. Chat. I gotta take a quick break. I gotta take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. I have returned, chat. Chat to Cricket, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Also, don't need to thank me for I react to stuff. If you guys recommend it and I'm interested in it, I'll watch it. No need to thank me for that. Also, I was just told I reacted to the wrong Finding Sky video. I have awoken. Hi, Sway. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Or at least passable, I guess. Yeah, 110 frame drops. That's not normal. That's weird. Anyways, I reacted to the wrong one, so we gotta do this one as well.
1 second.
I reacted to the wrong one, chat. Must react to it, otherwise the woman complains. She's infiltrating my content. Anyways, we'll continue with this one. This is also a fairly short one. I like. How modern feminism scammed a generation of women by Finding Sky. To be fair, I agree. I feel like feminism has made it so that instead of promoting what makes women women, we have somehow managed to try to turn women into men. And we're like, everything that has to do with that is unique to a woman is like bad. You should rather be like career and act like a dude. Just be a dude. It's really interesting to see how that has happened. How am I back? What the hell? What's going on here? We're doing reactions today. Let's just start.
1 second, feminism is demonizing men for objectifying women, and in the next, it's encouraging.
And in the next, it's women. Feminism. Stop objectifying women. Feminism. Objectify yourself. You see the problem?
Encouraging girls to sell their body on OnlyFans so that men can objectify them. I mean, which is it? Are you sexually empowered or are you a victim of oppression? I used to consider myself a feminist until I realized that women were using it as a means to justify going out like this and then complaining about being called hot.
That reminds me of women that go into the gym, but they wear the most un-gym-like outfit you could ever imagine.
Shorty, have you seen your own ass? I swear to God, women are the only ones that can spend 2 hours doing their makeup and picking out an outfit and then still say they don't want to be judged on their appearance. Girl, you literally pulled up your leggings to your third rib and gave yourself the ultimate wedgie. We know you didn't dress like this for you. When you look at the actual definition of feminism, all it is supporting women having access to equal rights. I'm not gonna sit here and call myself an anti-feminist as someone who agrees with the core definition of feminism. But the problem is that the word has evolved to mean something very different. It's not just about women's rights anymore, there are other ideological strings attached. A major concept of modern feminism has been encouraging sexual liberation. This was started partly due to the double standard around sexuality for men and women. When a man frequently engages in casual sex, he's considered a stud.
I think we kind of made a mistake here, if you feel me. Instead of encouraging women to sleep around, we should have made men stop sleeping around. You know? We should have... I feel like we went into the wrong direction. We should have made men pull back instead of women run forwards. If you feel me.
But when a girl does it, she's considered a slut. Sexual promiscuity leads to less satisfaction in relationships for both genders.
And I'm like, if you're a whore, you're weird, man. You can do it, but you're weird, man. I cannot understand it. I cannot get it. Doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. I can get it. Also, This graph is not just is very true, because consider this. Not just is it less satisfactory, likely, as data shows, it's also the more partners you had, the less likely your relationship is going to last.
Genders. Just because it's more socially acceptable for a guy to have casual sex doesn't mean women should be trying to match that expectation by normalizing it. Two wrongs don't make a right, and promoting a destructive behavior under the marketable guise of sexual liberation is abhorrent. It's so interesting how women constantly complain about how shallow and objectifying their relationships with men are, but then promote hookup culture, which directly encourages this exact transactional process. If feminism actually cared about women as much as it claims to, the movement would be encouraging them to be more selective about
This is an how do I put this? I am put on your tinfoil hats, but here's something that I think feminism does, or not feminism does, but something that is like a hidden goal of feminism, which is feminism kind of promotes the fear of men, which I feel like is used to profit off of women. If women dislike men or fear men, they can kind of make a profit out of that. Tinfoil hat off. Men take a step back when women decided to take a step forward. Statistically, it is more likely for a dude, a younger dude, to be, for example, a virgin than it is for a younger woman. Like, you could have a woman at 25 and a dude at 25, and it's much more likely for the dude to be a virgin, for example.
their sexual partners. It would be educating them about the negative effects of casual sex, since we know that it leads to decreased relationship satisfaction, loneliness, and depression. And look, I know people are going to take this as me trying to tell women how to live. That's not what I'm doing at all. You have all the freedom in the world to live exactly how you please. However, where I do have an issue is when a cultural movement is built on a foundation of lies. If you're gonna have an entire movement, an entire ideology who claims its very goal is to benefit women, then encourage behavior that actually benefits women. At one point, this movement had genuinely pure intentions. It's the reason I have a right to vote and work and be educated. Feminism changed our lives as women for the better. So I'm sorry, but I can't help but feel like now it's doing the complete opposite. It's a common feminist position to be anti-tradwife. They insist that tradwives have some sort of Stockholm syndrome where they've fallen in love with their own oppression, claiming that it perpetuates traditional gender roles which have held women back. But I thought what actually
Like I said, I'm a big advocate for tradwife and tardwife. Also, I have a tradwife. W me.
actual feminism was supposed to be about was supporting women's freedom of
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I've seen this on TikTok, here in Germany as well, where like, where like you have like women who live like the classic stay-at-home mom life, and it's like, people are acting like, she's a demon, she's anti-feminist and stuff, and it's like, didn't you say that it's about choice, so a woman can choose the way she wants to live, but now you're saying not that way? Really weird. Pure intention with that, with what future plans? Depends. Let's vote. Okay, we can't do anything like, let's change the world. Well, that is what voting could be used for. You watch TikTok minus 100 base points. Hey, I need to see the drama. I'm only on TikTok for drama and anime funk edits. Shut it, Cocos. Or invading Poland.
choice. That means supporting them if they choose to climb the corporate ladder and supporting them if they choose to be a housewife. I thought the whole point of feminism was to respect a woman's freedom of choice, even if it's not the choice we would personally make. It was to recognize that there's not a one-size-fits-all lifestyle for women and that they should be able to prioritize what's important to them. Feminism will argue against this by saying that choices don't exist in a vacuum and society impacts your ability to make autonomous decisions, but you can make that exact same argument on the other side too. I could sit here and tell you that your decision to be a feminist is because social media has brainwashed you into believing that women are oppressed. So your choice to be a feminist isn't a real choice at all, but instead a reaction to your cultural environment. You can run in circles forever trying to make this argument against either side. That's because it's a dumb argument. Who are you to assume that another woman's choices aren't autonomous? The mere assumption of that is actually quite anti-feminist of you. This is the female version of Sneeko calling everyone who disagrees with him a bot. You're accusing grown
True and real, except the female version of Sneeko probably doesn't sit in the cock chair, but that's a different discussion. I feel like feminism hurt women more than helped overall. I would say in some aspects, it kind of has. In some aspects. For example, dating. It has significantly harmed women. Because feminism has taught women to achieve things and use that in a dating portfolio as like, this is me, look at how great I am, that men kind of don't care about. Most dudes likely don't care about, for example, how much money you make. Like for me, that isn't on my list of like important things. You could be a bed rotter. You could rot in your bed all day. I don't care. And I think that in a way it did. It also did with, for example, quotas. Because now it says, if there's a quota, now it says you are here not because of how talented or how good you are, but because you have to be here.
Women of being incapable of coming to their own autonomous conclusions. That means you're doing the exact thing that you constantly accuse men of doing.
Of course, in other ways it was good, right? Women being able to do whatever job they want. Women being able to have their own bank account, get a driver's license, being able to vote. But it also has damaged women in some ways.
To you. Maybe some women like traditional gender roles. That's cool. Let them do their thing just like you're allowed to do yours. I'm the most masculine woman I've ever met. I should be the
or teaching women that you can sleep around and like there will be no consequences and stuff. I feel like we should apply those consequences also to men more.
First in line to be championing the end of traditional gender roles. But I'm not like this because I'm resisting the patriarchy. This is just a part of how I am. I like buying stocks, playing with boobs. I'm just a chill guy. WAP. Women against porn. Except in today's terms, it means wet ass put. With modern feminism currently preaching sexual liberation, it may be surprising to learn that at one point it was the complete opposite. In the 1970s, anti-pornography was a growing part of feminism. And when you think about it, it actually
Damn. Fourth and third wave feminists were kinda based. I agree with this. I agree with this. I agree with this picture. Based.
actually makes perfect sense because it's consistent with the core values of feminism to demonize the objectification of women and stop the fetishization of sexual violence against them. We know that porn is overwhelmingly aggressive towards women. We also know that consumers are more likely to commit acts of sexual violence, less likely to intervene if they witness an assault, and more likely to objectify and dehumanize women. Porn is seriously bad for both genders.
In addition to that, it can, for example, also lead to autogynephilia. If you don't know what that is, it's pretty much a dude dressing himself in feminine clothing which turns him on, or being treated like a woman which turns him on. Not to confuse with being trans. But a lot of there's a few people that do have this that get put into the trans category, which leads them to self-deletion. The more you know.
but especially women. So to see the feminist movement glorify platforms like OnlyFans and other adult content feels like a complete slap in the face. How can you possibly complain about how oppressive it is to be objectified and then objectify yourself for profit? I don't understand how modern feminists have come to this conclusion. Actually, that's a lie. I do understand. I completely understand, because it would go against the sexual liberation movement. It goes against the sex positivity narrative. But one honest look at the statistics and it's blatantly clear. There's nothing liberating or positive about this industry. So what happened? Why did the anti-corn feminist protests stop? This article explains it perfectly. Anti-corn feminists were labeled sex negative in an era of feminism that was heavily influenced by liberalism. Individual choices, as opposed to mass liberation, became the forerunning feminist agenda. If that doesn't perfectly encapsulate the modern feminist movement, I don't know what does. The current movement wants all the ideals of feminism without having to sacrifice anything for it. The movement doesn't want to give up porn. It doesn't want to give up casual sex. That would be
You pretty much, you want to have equality without the same responsibility. For example, before women were allowed to vote, only men were allowed to vote. Men were also the ones that would get drafted. Women not. That is still today, women are allowed to vote, but they will not get drafted. Very interesting. You want equality, yet fathers still are more likely to use their child in court even if they actually want to be involved with the child. You all have it much harder as a dude to actually keep your child. Keep custody of your child. You don't see feminists who fight for equality fight for that. Women, on average, receive lighter sentences when committing crimes. You don't see women fighting for that. There's a significant lack in men have it harder to apply for more social jobs that, for example, also that involve for example, children, because of this weird stereotype. Women aren't fighting for that. It's only where it benefits you, and that's what is annoying me.
Be infringing on my personal freedoms, but maybe true liberation requires some personal sacrifice of those beloved freedoms. You can't eat a pound of cake every day and expect to lose weight. Your goals require a sacrifice. The issue of equal pay is another primary subject that feminists bring up. It's also probably the #1 most misrepresented topic in feminism. The gender pay gap does not exist because of the patriarchy oppressing women. The pay gap only exists because women are more likely to choose lower paying jobs. If you compare a man and a woman working at the same place, in the same position, with the same amount of
lower paying jobs, getting pregnant, that's just what happens to women. Men can't get pregnant. They're less likely to do overtime. Women are also unfortunately more agreeable, which makes it harder for them to get a raise. There's just something that exists. You know, the joke, the hammer, the line, girls goes first. It sounds like fit for the subject. Kinda, yeah, true.
of experience working the same amount of hours, the pay is exactly the same. But when you compare the average income of men versus women, there's obviously going to be a gap. This is because men choose careers like
Yeah, that's also because you can't throw all the jobs of men and all the jobs of women and throw them into one thing and be like, oh, women make less apparently. That's not how that works. You throw in the average salary around the country for male nurses, and then for female nurses, and then you look if there's a difference. That's the only way technically to see get closer. And then you have to look hours worked. Then you have to look raises. You have to do all those things. I think here in Germany it's around 1 to 2%. The pay gap. So it's not even significant. Torrent, welcome back.
Like car mechanics and truck driving, whereas women choose careers like teaching and nursing. A quick comparison of these incomes, and it's easy to see.
Well, currently they're choosing OnlyFans more than teaching.
Why there's a pay gap. It's not misogyny that creates this gap, it's just preference. Women have all the freedom in the world to go be an automotive mechanic, just like men can become teachers, but that's not typically what each gender wants to do.
We can look at Scandinavia for that. In some Scandinavian countries, they are the closest to equality ever. They're incredibly close. And both genders are more different, got more different in their job preferences. Men went even more into the regular industry jobs, while women even went even more into social jobs. I feel that also comes into the consideration that women overall are more social than men are. To be honest, I don't know how they do the math. They can tell me women earn less than men. But how they got to the conclusion, you could probably look that up in numbers. They probably did have some way to calculate that.
On average. So from the outside, when you show the statistic of the gender pay gap, everyone's jaw drops and jumps to conclusions about sexism, but if you just look a little deeper, it's easy to see why it's there. If you're a woman and you're unhappy with your salary as a teacher, go be a truck driver. It is actually that simple. Something I can't stand about the feminist movement, and really many other modern movements, is how evasive they are to taking responsibility. If you're not happy with your pay, change jobs. You don't have to make it a political movement. You don't have to find someone to blame. You can just do something to change your situation. You can't really talk about feminism without also talking about the red pill manosphere space. This is because they respond to one another culturally. The red pill purports that they have the solutions to these modern feminist problems. Spoiler alert, they don't. The red pill solution...
True and real. Because the red pill solution, for example, for some people is just... get rich, sleep with a lot of women. That does not solve the problem. Congratulations, you just made everything more worse.
Is extremely unrealistic for the majority of both men and women. The red pill has this idea that women need to just skip college and go back to being housewives, except that most of the men saying this would never be able to afford that lifestyle. Homie, you don't even have the career to be able to pay for the lifestyle of the woman that you want. The red pill will blame women for failing to fulfill their feminine roles without even recognizing that as men, they're failing just as badly at fulfilling their masculine ones. I really don't think that the red pill's idea of expecting men to be able to afford supporting an entire family on their one income is realistic.
It's not realistic. It cannot be fulfilled. It cannot be fulfilled anymore. Shit is just too expensive to do that anymore. In addition to that, on the other side, we have women who ask that the man is supposed to pay for everything, and she has to provide nothing to make this work, which also does not work. It's not my money is my money and his money is ours. That does not work.
At all. I think in theory the traditional family dynamic is a great idea and would make very happy, healthy relationships, but in modern times less than 1/4 of men will ever be financially capable of achieving such a feat. In today's economy, the trad lifestyle is reserved for only the most prosperous men. But yet the red pill preaches it like it's the majority solution. Pew Research shows in 2022, only 23% of households had the husband as the sole provider of income. That means 77% of women were contributing to household income. Most guys just aren't out here making enough money to support himself, a woman, and kids. And in today's economy, I would say that's pretty understandable. What I don't see the red pill talking about is how a lot of women would love to adopt the traditional lifestyle, but there's just not enough prosperous men to go around. Given an alternative, many women might very well choose to be a housewife. Feminism might be the only movement that can get away with...
Yeah. I know a lot of girls who would love to stay at home. But they simply can't. They can't afford to stay at home. I also know a lot of women who like to work, who have no issue with that, who would want to work. But I also know a lot of girls that would not like to work and have to. That think it sucks. It's just overall really... You need to make it affordable again to actually be stay-at-home But that does no longer apply here, unfortunately. It does no longer work.
Constantly complaining about how oppressive it is to be objectified and then simultaneously objectify themselves. The problem is that this movement wants all the benefits of feminism without any of its consequences. Say you want equality until you realize that means splitting the bills, unclogging the toilet, and having to kill the spider. In modern relationships, it's common for the financial theory of the woman to be everything he makes is ours and everything I make is mine, rather than both.
I said it before! I can predict futures! Yeah, but that's how a lot of people act. A lot of women act. Where it's like, his money is our money, and my money is mine. That does not work. Now, I'm not a fan of splitting the bill. I'm not particularly a fan. It can be done if wanted. And I think it should be done, depending on the outcome of the date. If you don't plan on seeing each other, that would obviously need some form of communication where, like, I don't think this is going anywhere. I don't think we should see each other again. And then you would just split the bill. I think that would be a approach that could work. If you plan on seeing each other again, then of course there is room for discussion for the guy paying. But that would need to be communicated, and I don't think people are honest enough to communicate that.
Both partners contributing equally, which is what feminism claims to want to do. There's a book called Sexual Utopia and Power by
I also don't think that 50-50 relationships work. I don't think they work. Because you will not be able to provide 50-50 at all times. Sometimes you are just able to provide 20%. Sometimes just 30%. Sometimes even just 10%. And sometimes one partner has to provide more than the other partner. That's just how it is. I'm a big advocate for 100-100 relationships. We give each other everything we have. I'm a big advocate of that. I couldn't be a stay-at-home husband. I was offered once and I tried, and I was so bothered by it that the relationship just didn't work. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. You're somebody who needs to do something. I feel like.
Roger Devlin that sums this up perfectly. The modern woman wants all the benefits of a traditional marriage but is unwilling to pay the costs. She wants a man to marry her without her having to marry the man. Some feminists are even demanding that there be quotas for women to be in executive positions, but they never talk about there being quotas for women in bricklaying. It's clear that modern feminism wants all the benefits of something without any of its sacrifice. Let's be very clear. That is not equality. That's privilege.
Damn, she cooked. I think she cooked with this video. I agree. She cooked. And Frog with recommending me this certainly also cooked. I agree. I think that feminism made women kinda worse in a way. You want to reap all the benefits, but you are not okay with the consequences. One consequence would, for example, be to be drafted. One consequence would be sometimes not getting as much custody as you want. Maybe not getting as much benefits from divorce. I think that one kind of missed though. The divorce thing, that one kind of missed. But in general, I agree. I agree. Let me drink something. I need water. I need... My voice is fucked now. It gets worse. Almost choked on water. Death has come. We're gonna watch stupid TikTok trends. I feel like that one's interesting. Yeah, let's watch stupid TikTok trends. that seems right now more appropriate. Some stupid TikTok trends. The worst TikTok trends by Visual Venture. This was the first part that Visual Venture uploaded from the one we've seen the last time. We'll just take a look at these stupid things. Is he gonna bring up the Tide Pod challenge where people literally ate Tide Pods and then had to go to the hospital? Cause yeah, eating chemicals is not nice. That is just not nice. Let's just go.
Dentists around the country are horrified over a new TikTok trend.
I hope every single one of them gets arrested.
Just because people do things on social media doesn't mean you should.
The things people do to get popular on the internet.
If you want to see people doing ridiculous things for attention, then look no further than TikTok. There's absolutely no limit to the things TikTokers do for a few seconds of fame. Today,
like not going to the bathroom. Not pooping. Or not peeing. Not peeing, but peeing in your pants and filming yourself and then uploading it.
Today, we'll look at some of the worst trends on TikTok, starting from the lighter trends to ones that are just horrible. I'm Visual Venture, and I hope you guys like my new setup, the ice cream licking challenge. In June 2019, something happened in a Walmart in Lufkin, Texas that started one of the most disgusting trends on TikTok. A woman and her
ice cream licking challenge? Ice cream licking challenge. Doesn't sound too bad.
boyfriend were walking through the store when they stopped by the freezer. As the lady stared at the shelves of ice cream in the freezer, she got a brilliant idea. She grabbed a tube of Bluebell's ice cream, removed the lid, and licked the top of the ice cream. Then while giggling, she put it back as if nothing happened.
How sanitary, truly. Peak sanitary.
Messing with the ice cream was already stupid, but what they did next was even more dumb. Her boyfriend, who had recorded her act, uploaded the video onto social media. It instantly blew up, raking in over 12 million views in just 1 week.
When you pick up some ice cream at the store, you're gonna think twice about this after you see this video. Is going.
That's gross. Imagine you picked up... Spoke too soon. Yeah, spoke too soon. Imagine you bought ice cream and afterwards you found out that somebody was licking it before you ate it. Huh. I did it as a little kid, without streaming it. Evil.
Going crazy online right now.
What kind of psychopathic behavior is this? Wrote one person. I'm disgusted. This should be a criminal charge, posted another.
Unfortunately, the Lufkin Walmart didn't know which specific container she tampered with, so they threw away all their ice cream. Walmart was upset, but no one was more upset than Bluebell, the ice cream company. Bluebell asked the police to find the woman and bring her to justice. They planned to charge her with food tampering, which could mean up to 20 years behind bars. Surprise!
Imagine going to jail. Because you were stupid and licked ice cream. Hey yo, I'm here because I killed somebody. Why are you here? I licked ice cream in a store. Get away from me, you sick freak! Poke, I'll lick your ice cream going to Germany. I have to decline, that's kinda gay. I do not want you to I don't want you to lick my ice cream cone. I'm sorry, bro. That's not possible. I mean, pee in my pants, not lick public ice cream. I mean, who as a child did not do that?
Surprisingly, some people didn't see her actions as wrong. Instead, they were inspired to copy her.
There's a new concern, copycats.
The following week, many TikTokers recorded themselves tampering with ice cream in stores and posted the videos to TikTok. They called it the Ice Cream Licking Challenge. This challenge was as unhygienic as it was ridiculous. But you know what else is ridiculous? Using a default browser that is slow and boring. If you're still using Chrome, Edge, or Safari, you're missing out. Meet Opera GX. So I know a lot of people.
Nah. Fuck Opera GX. Chinese spyware. Hell nah. What the hell, Orang? Ice cream reminds me of some clip of Eminem where he makes burgers for customers. Food. I'm glad most ice cream in America have plastic seal over the ice cream on the lid, so you can tell if the ice was tampered with. Yeah. We have incidents of people just opening bottles and drinking of them and then putting them back. Is it actually spyware? Yeah, there is some connection to China. Opera is evil. Also, I don't like opera. They're kind of weird. If you know the Eminem thing, you know. I do not know. Next up, the mouthwash challenge. How could go wrong?
Other products. On July 3rd, a different kind of ice cream challenge began. This time, it didn't involve ice cream. In a video posted on Twitter, someone swished mouthwash, spat it back into the bottle, and put it back on a store shelf. Within 48 hours, the post got over 14 million views. When the mouthwash video went viral, the cops realized they needed to act fast to stop this trend before it affected even more products. They had to start arresting people. Over the next couple of weeks, the authorities.
That's like the only thing you can do, right? Just start arresting people. That's the only way people are gonna listen, if you use drastic measures. Because imagine you go there and like you buy mouthwash, and you realize that somebody already drank, like already used it.
Tracked down and arrested several TikTokers for food tampering and criminal mischief. And it was easy because they recorded themselves committing the crime, the things people do for fame. One of the culprits, D. Adrian Anderson, was sentenced to 30 days in jail and 2 years.
Good, very good. But I still have to answer the question. Why are people recording themselves committing crimes? Like, this is not worth it. Jail is not worth a few likes on a video. Once again, why are all these people retarded? The club Eminem had very annoying customers, so while he made her burger, he spit on it and we saw her eating it. That's gross as hell, bro. That's gross as hell. Is he aware that he could get charged for that, technically?
Probation. What was ironic about D'Adrian's situation was that he actually even purchased the ice cream he tampered with. He even had the receipt to prove it. But that excuse couldn't save him from going to jail. He got charged with criminal mischief. The store had to replace all their ice cream. Eventually, TikTok and other social media platforms started taking down videos of people participating in this disgusting trend, and the challenge faded away. While this trend cost thousands in property loss, this next one plays with your mind. The orange peel test. TikTok has many.
Nah, not this shitty thing. Not this shitty thing. Ain't no way. Hi, chat. I have a small cold. Womp. Poor Zeppelin. Hope you're feeling better soon. There was also a challenge kids were doing where they would spray body spray on one part of their body as long as possible until they couldn't stand the burning sensation anymore. Oh man, doesn't Eminem have a line in one of his songs about spitting in someone's onion rings? That's gross. It's gross. What is this? Sounds like a fetish. The orange peel test. I remember this thing. If he doesn't peel an orange for you, he's not the one. Break up with him immediately. I know crazy women that would do that. If you see this after the fact, I will peel an orange for you. Don't test me though.
Relationship challenges. However, one of the most controversial is known as the orange peel theory.
The orange peel theory test involves women asking their men for an orange, and in order to pass the test, the man must peel the orange before handing it back to her.
In another version of the test, women ask their man to peel an orange for them and watch how they respond. If the guy peels the orange, it means he's willing to perform tiny acts of service, which is a sign that he truly loves his woman. But in case the partner refuses, it means that the relationship is doomed because he doesn't care about her. Alright, so I get the whole love language thing, right? But the thing is, they take one act and they make it define the entire relationship.
Why are all my enemies retarded?
A few weeks after this trend began, a TikToker revealed that her ex broke up with her over the orange peel theory. She told her boyfriend about the orange peel test and he thought it was a dumb way to assess a relationship. She disagreed. It led to a big fight and he ended things with her. However, she wasn't heartbroken. In a video posted on TikTok, she said, "I would like someone who wants to peel an orange for me. I wouldn't ask you to. I'd just like to know that you would. Is that too much to ask?" Her video shocked viewers, making them wonder how something as trivial as peeling an orange could end a relationship. But she wasn't the only one whose relationship ended because of this test. Another woman on Reddit, a 22-year-old, was so disappointed that
Am I the asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend over the orange peel theory? Never mind, you are retarded. Fuck! What the fuck are you stupid? Oh, you didn't you didn't peel my orange for me. Well, this relationship is over. In a way, others be like, "Oh, I got cheated on. Sorry, honey, but I still love you. It's all good." These people, you didn't peel my orange, die. You Poga will be okay, guys. You know what they say, alcohol is the best medicine. Do not drinky. Drinky bad, true and real. Pokewire, people obsessed with peeling you. The only one who thought about peeling me, which could be translated to taking off my clothes currently, is Useway. You are acting suspiciously gay today. Calm down, bro.
that her boyfriend failed the orange peel test, that she broke up with him. She was at home with her boyfriend when she saw the theory on TikTok and decided to try it out. But she didn't have an orange, so she asked her boyfriend to tie her hair for her. Tying her hair was supposed to resemble the act of peeling an orange. She described his response in her Reddit post. "I asked him to tie my hair up for me, and he looked at me and asked me why I couldn't do it. I asked him again, thinking it was just a fluke, but he told me I could do it since I was in the kitchen and he needed to relax, stating that he just got off work. After he refused, the lady decided to break up with him because he failed the test. When she shared her story online, many people criticized her for throwing away her relationship because of a trend. She defended herself, saying, "I didn't mean to make it seem like I was testing him like a crazy girlfriend who sets up her boyfriend for failure."
You are absolutely a crazy girlfriend who set her boyfriend up for failure. You are absolutely a crazy chick. That is crazy. That is crazy. Mental illness.
I simply used the theory to see what he would do and came to the realization that I was giving 90% and he was giving 30% into the relationship. As more women tried the test, videos of men peeling or not peeling oranges for their partners got millions of views.
I really want an orange, but like I don't want to peel it for myself, you know?
I'll peel it for you. Do you like orange?
I really want it, but like I hate peeling it.
Tough luck, buddy. Go ahead and do her.
You're not gonna peel it for me? Do we have any?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Peeling it for you.
Okay.
The way this trend started was interesting. A TikTok video showed an iMessage chat between exes who were reminiscing about their past. "I miss when you would peel my oranges for me in the morning the first."
How do these people get into relationships? How do they do it? How do they do it? This is rotting my brain out. There's just no way you can be like, oh, you didn't peel didn't peel an orange. Well, we're breaking up. There's just no way. There's just no way. There's just no way. I had to fight years for a relationship, and these people throw theirs away over an orange, over a piece of fruit that was not peeled, over hair tying somebody's hair. I went out to eat again. I think I'll gain a few kilograms by the time I return home. I binged 3 episodes of Chernobyl. Yeah. Fatty. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's all good. Breaking up with my boyfriend because he won't tie my hair up for me after he gets off work moment. True and real.
First message said, "Did you learn how to do it yet?" The ex replied, "No, I still get juice all over and stab my nails too deep." The messages went viral on TikTok with people saying how thankful they were for having someone who still peels their oranges. TikTokers were taking this way too seriously. A relationship expert warned against the viral test, saying an entire intimate relationship can't be boiled down to what a person does or doesn't do with an orange. And I obviously agree. Now, this next trend was just straight up disrespect.
I don't know what to say. Like, I know that this thing exists, but there's actually people. There's actually people who genuinely break up with their partner over an orange. Or over whatever. I don't know. I just can't say. I don't know what to say.
The dancing on graves trend.
Bro, okay. Well, that escalated quickly. Who is dancing on other people's graves? Who is defiling other people's graves?
In February of 2021, YouTuber Pegasus saw a TikTok challenge that made him so mad he created an 8-minute YouTube video to rant about it.
Take off those sunglasses because you don't even deserve the shade, bro. You ain't cool, you ain't got swag. I don't know when you'll realize what you're doing is wrong and it's not funny at all.
The challenge was officially called Dancing on Graves. TikTokers would visit graveyards and film themselves dancing on top of or next to random people's gravestones. Some videos show teenagers doing choreographed routines while others just dance to pop music. No one knows who started the trend, but it quickly spread as more TikTokers started doing it too. Most people who watched Pegasus's video were just as annoyed as he was. They left comments like, "I feel embarrassed to be part of this generation. I hope they go to bed every night cringing at what they did." Imagine being at a funeral, mourning the loss of a loved one, and then out of nowhere, a teenager starts doing the orange justice.
I would do absolute. I would try to survive longer than these people that did this, just so I can dance on their graves. I'ma pull a generational hater Uno reverse.
And guess what? Adults were doing it too. In one video, 3 people, including one adult, danced at a cemetery.
This bitch is twerking on another person's grave. This bitch is literally twerking. Blue hair is where that checks out.
So we have what I assume is a mom and her 2 kids. Mom is all dressed up.
It's a mom and her kids twerking. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I've heard about a couple who done on a previous prime minister. Great. Oh my god. Wow, that's horrid. That's gross. That's gross as hell. That is gross as hell. This is wild. Also reminds me of the people that defile the grave of chibi reviews Brother. I remember that.
Up, you know, boogieing on the tombstone, doing the Fortnite boogie down challenge.
There were many more videos of adults participating in this trend. People were pissed, but the trend kept going. A TikToker named Ben danced and sang on a grave implied to belong to the 36th president of the United States. The name on the tombstone was Johnson. Most viewers seeing the name assumed it was Lyndon B. Johnson, the 36th president of the United States, and Ben's videos reached more than 9 million views on TikTok, except it wasn't the former president. Ben just found a headstone marked as Johnson and saw his opportunity for low-level
Bro baited people into thinking that he was dancing and singing on a former president's grave. That's crazy. Welcome back, Croc Rock. Hello, hi. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Here's Croc Rock.
internet fame. It's actually illegal in most places. YouTubers and social media influencers continue to speak out against the TikTok trend that TikTok started removing these videos and the trend ended. Now, with this next trend, we're going back to more property damage. The devious licks trend. On September 1st, 2000.
Devious licks? Are we licking toilets? Bro baited them with another dead guy. True and real. Are we licking toilets or other gross things, shit stains, whatever, pee-pee stains, gooner stains, whatever, sweaty chair stain, ass cheek stains, whatever.
In 2021, a strange video appeared on TikTok. It showed a teen stealing disposable masks from school. The video went viral quickly, gaining over 200,000 views in 1 week. The boy was excited about the success of his video. Little did he know it would trigger one of the worst trends on TikTok. When people watched the—
Wait, is it stealing? Oh, it's stealing. I thought they were actually licking things. Never mind. Because I remember there was a TikTok trend where people were licking the most horse shit ever.
Video of this kid stealing disposable masks inspired others to steal things from their schools. These young, immature, impressionable kids are falling for these selfish trends. This TikTok trend is called devious licks. It involves students stealing school property and posting videos of it. It was called devious licks because according to my favorite dictionary, Urban Dictionary, a lick is a successful type of theft. Just 6 days later, another devious lick video appeared online. On September 6th, 2021, a TikToker shared a video with the text, "Only a month into school and got this absolute devious lick." In the video, he unzipped his backpack and showed a hand sanitizer dispenser from his school. This was only the second devious lick video, but it quickly went viral on TikTok, getting over 7 million views in 2 days. The trend gained more momentum over the next week as young TikTokers began posting similar videos showing off items they allegedly stole from school.
And these kids are apparently stealing anything. Even...
Would you at least steal the entire school? How about that? Bro. Water fountains? You couldn't steal those in our school because they would be, our schools, they would be way too heavy to steal. You need like 10 at least 4 people to transport these.
entire water fountains.
Trent's been expelled from school for riding his scooter after hours and stealing a handicap parking sign from the school.
From soap dispensers and fire extinguishers to computers and film projectors, nothing was too big.
Well, he can certainly keep it. I wouldn't say that. He can keep it. It was good that he stole it. It fits him. It fits him perfectly.
Are too small to be stolen. In British Columbia, 42 soap dispensers were ripped out from school bathrooms within a week. One video even showed a student stealing a classmate's pants while he was in the bathroom stall.
42 soap dispensers? Stealing somebody else's pants? From the bathroom stall? While he was sitting probably sitting on the toilet. Imagine somebody's hands reach through the door, under the door, and just grab your pants and then bye. Hi, Private Fortune. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Stealing another man's pants. Not that's crazy. Good morning, all. Hope you're having a good day again. I'm having a fantastic day. How is yours, Marcus? Are we back? Bye, everyone. Bye, Zeppelin. Take care.
School principals across the country begged students to stop stealing, threatening disciplinary action. When that didn't work, they resorted to more drastic measures. Since most of the items were stolen from bathrooms, schools across the country started temporarily closing restrooms. And the trend escalated even more from stealing to vandalism. Some schools reported their toilets being sprayed with red food coloring. In Ontario, a bathroom had all its urinals and toilets clogged with enormous amounts of toilet paper.
It's so sad. I just don't understand why these children are turning to that kind of vandalism to express themselves.
Police across the US began arresting.
There's no expression in this. There's no expression in this. Little story from the school I worked in. We had kids taking their lunch and taking whatever's in their lunchbox and just shoving it down the toilet, clogging the toilet, and then just letting the water run constantly, which made the toilet overflow. And then the toilet water just started flowing into one of the classrooms. Yep. The Philippines justice system is so slow. That's why Vitaly trial won't start until 3 years, 2028. That year is the start of the US election again, including the Philippine election too. Okay. As long as he goes to jail, I don't care.
And charging students. On September 16th, TikTok banned the Devious Licks trend. But this dark story has a happy ending. As the Devious Licks trend ended, a new trend started where students filmed themselves giving back. It was called the Angelic Yield trend. It began on September 17th when a TikToker made a video showing them going into their school bathroom and putting a roll of toilet paper on the toilet. The on-screen text read, "Just hit the most angelic yield," while the video caption said, "No more devious licks around here." The video gained over 4 million views in 3 days.
Based students fixing what others have caused. Let's just hope it's not the same people, because then it kind of feels like, oh, at first I capitalized on causing mayhem, and now I'm gonna capitalize on being a good person. Fun fact, the TikTok trend actually made my high school have to get rid of every sink in the 9th grade building. Devious Lick was the name. This is Devious Lick. This is the challenge that Visual Adventure is talking about.
And inspired hundreds of young people to anonymously donate to their schools. Finally, a trend I can get behind.
They'll leave like scented hand soap on the sinks in the bathrooms, or like they'll put toilet paper, stuff like that.
Some girls put inspirational quotes on the doors and walls and placed emergency kits in the bathrooms with sanitary items.
And even hacking money. Based.
This was a remarkable turnaround. The Angelic Yield trend was a sign of hope for our new generation. So this next trend I personally hate a lot because it has to do with shaping our culture. Icks. Have you ever been really into someone and then they do something that makes you instantly lose interest in them? That, my friend.
I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this. Icks. What the heck, bro? Remember the guy with the list? That literally just has like a list of like 800 plus icks. Where it's like, oh, my boyfriend is just had a surgery and can't walk, so he has to use something to help himself to walk. That's an ick. Ew, disgusting. It's like, bro, not being able to properly walk is an ick. Poker, you give me the ick. Same sway, same. The difference is I'm an orange. You are a stinky piece of poop that can walk.
And is called an ick. An ick is a feeling you get when something about the person you're dating suddenly turns you off. It's when attraction turns into disgust. Anything can cause an ick, like using the wrong emoji in a text or being rude to a waiter, and TikTokers took it to a whole new level by starting a trend around it. The icks trend began when a few TikTok users posted videos listing the
Not wait, that's how it started? This can't be. This can't be. It can't be. That guy isn't real. That it can't be this video. It can't be this video. Wait, that's how it started?
little things that annoyed them about others.
When he takes a nap, it irrationally annoys me.
Okay, it did not start with that woman, however. A husband not being able to take a nap annoys you. It turns you off. Damn. I've never heard of this one before. That's a new one. I've never heard of this one. This is new.
I don't like friendly guys. If I see him friendly with other people.
I don't want to say it, but I don't want to say it, but women? Coffee mug? I don't like when a guy is friendly. Please treat everyone, myself included, like shit. Thank you. What was the relationship with their dad? And next thing I want to say is not everyone is your ex. Not every man you encounter is your ex. You should get over your trauma. Thank you.
Well, that's a big ick.
The trend spread rapidly with people from all over the world posting their own icks.
If you get out of the car and I can see even a centimeter of your butt crack, you're getting ghosted immediately.
One of them is
Your entire face gives me an ick. What do you mean? I don't want to wear a paperback. Thank you.
when a guy trauma dumps on you for 2 hours.
Trauma dump? What the hell does that mean?
It's when a guy tells you all of his problems.
Once again, people are taking
Be vulnerable. Tell me about your feelings. I want to know how you're doing, right? Guys can open up. Guys can cry. Ew, you trauma dump. Disgusting. I swear to God, if I have to date again, if anything ever happened with this with Frog, I will lose it. I can't exist like this. I'm gonna lose it. Tell me your problems. Ew, disgusting. Why are you doing that?
this too far.
So, one TikTok account took it upon himself to compile an insane list of these women's dating icks. There are
The max was like your 400. He's like at like a high 800. He's like at like 880 something. That is how big the list is.
585 reasons that women apparently do not like you.
So the thing that's disgusting to me is the fact that you must get over an ick, right? You have to get over an ick in order to have a good relationship. But the problem is it's tearing relationships apart because of a little thing that's so insignificant. The type of icks TikTokers were listing showed just how petty and judgmental society was becoming. When he asks a retailer for help and they don't hear him.
What? But then again, she believes in zodiac signs, which is just racism for white women. In this case, it doesn't matter.
When they push a pull door, when the roller coaster...
I've done that before. I have done that before. I'm innocent. When the
worker tightens his seatbelt thing.
Oh. The guy that works at the roller coaster makes sure that everything sits tight so you don't get yeeted out of the roller coaster. Ick! Do that yourself. If you get yeeted out, at least you died a man's death.
People who weren't usually judgmental started to become judgmental because of this trend. Like this girl who tweeted, "TikTok has made me realize that icks are really a thing and I have many." Another person wanted icks to apply to friendships too, tweeting, "Can confirm friendship icks are 1,000 times worse." Everyone has
Your ick trend made me realize that Thanos was right. Half of you need to go. Thanos was right. Actually, Goku Black was right too. Mortals need to go.
things that turn them off, but we're human, right? We're not perfect, so you gotta look past them. This next trend also tears relationships apart, but in a more direct way. The cheating prank trend. In 2001, a new type of prank that was way more personal emerged, the cheating prank. This prank involves someone, often a girlfriend, tricking her partner into thinking she's cheating on him and then recording his reaction.
Broke him with the hand. Bro was ready to yeet that mannequin. But it's still crazy though. This will be to be fair, this is 100% a legitimate reason to break up. Not gonna lie.
These videos quickly became popular because of the intense reactions of the people being pranked.
It's a prank! It's a fake mannequin! It's a mannequin!
In one viral video, a girl sent her boyfriend a text that suggested she was cheating on him. The message she sent to her boyfriend read, "He's leaving now, you can come over." But her boyfriend's unexpected reaction made the video go viral, earning him the title of online legend. He raced back indoors and ran upstairs to their bedroom. The girl already had the camera set up. As soon as he entered, she said, "I thought you were leaving."
I was leaving, until I saw your cheeky text message. What? Something about like coming over now, so he's leaving now, you can come over.
But instead of being mad or jealous, the boyfriend assigned a different meaning to the message.
What? Are you planning like a belated birthday surprise for me or something?
No.
You're grinning!
Your birthday was over a month ago.
Yeah, but it's never too late to celebrate, is it?
Even though she insisted that it wasn't true, her boyfriend was convinced that the text message meant she was organized.
Bro is so innocent. Bro, that's almost kind of cute. How like happy he is, and bro is so innocent. Bro is so oblivious. Protect this man. Please protect this man. Protect this man at all costs. He is so innocent. Look at how earlier he was smiling. Look at this.
Organizing a surprise party.
Look at this. Look at him being all happy. What is this? Ain't no way. Well, now you fucked up, girlfriend. You gotta organize the birthday party. The birthday surprise. She does not deserve, bro. She does not deserve, bro, at all.
Party for him. Then he kissed her and headed back out the door.
I know you're doing it. Okay, I love you so much.
Her boyfriend's response got a lot of likes and positive comments online. But more importantly, it made other girls wonder whether their boyfriends would react the same way. And the only way to know was to try the prank on them. There was an explosion of cheating videos on TikTok, and each of them were different in their own way. In one video, a guy was acting really shady, pretending to hide another girl in the closet. But when his girlfriend started to get suspicious, she did everything she could to check inside the closet.
Fine, I guess, whatever.
I get it. Some of these videos aren't that bad, but there were many other reactions that were dangerous. In one
still feels kind of gross. At least to do that to your pregnant wife. I kind of feel like that's kind of gross, bro. That's kind of gross. But look how she yeeted him away. The power of a pregnant woman. Never make a pregnant woman angry.
In one video, this boyfriend went straight for the punch. In another video, a boyfriend pulled out what looked like a pew-pew.
You play too much, bro.
This trend caused permanent damage to some relationships, but in our next trend, it caused permanent damage to themselves. The teeth filing challenge. When someone starts a video with the words, "I'm about to do something dumb,"
They were filing their teeth? Ain't no way. Alright, I need some music while cleaning. Thanks and see you later. Bye, Cricket. Take care.
you know what's coming next is not good. That's when a girl named Ashlyn said she filmed herself doing the teeth filing challenge. This was a bizarre trend where TikTokers posted videos of themselves
This makes me so uncomfortable. It's crazy. Do you feel that? When something, just like when somebody's playing with a knife on like in your face, that kind of stuff, or something sharp. This is what it gives me. I know it's just a file, but the picture I have in my head of them filing too deep and then damaging their teeth and their nerves just starts to bleed.
Using nail files to reshape or smoothen their teeth. They did this to make their teeth appear straighter or fix uneven edges.
I'm gonna file my teeth down with a nail file because they are not perfect. I have some ridges and we're balling on a budget.
These videos went viral and soon hundreds of people were doing it. So Ashlyn joined the trend. She set up her camera, grabbed her nail file, and after declaring she was about to do something dumb, went to work. And it obviously didn't end well.
I originally used just a nail file and it wasn't working, so I moved to this. It was not painful when I did it, but as the days went on and I would drink cold drinks or ice cream, I felt a lot of sensitivity in my teeth.
Ashlyn had dental.
Yes, I do like grass. You should touch it, Mr. Dumb Idiot Poke. Okay, bye. Bye. Yes, I do like grass. You should touch it now. I know it's you, Mr. Kukui Nipples.
Dental problems after filing her teeth because, no surprise, it's one of the worst things you can do to your teeth.
But when I saw
This gives me like goosebumps all over my back. This is a gross feeling, chat.
these videos, I almost fell off my chair.
The trend started around June 2020 when a 19-year-old named Mia Doe posted a video of herself filing down her uneven teeth using a nail file. Her video was viewed over 400,000 times. She allegedly decided to file her teeth because dentist offices were closed during the pandemic, so she figured she could fix her own teeth. Another TikToker admitted she shaved her teeth because dental care is so expensive. But it was gonna get a whole lot more expensive. As a trend got more popular, dentists made videos to warn people about the risks of messing with their teeth.
Dentist Todd Bertman calls the practice horrifying and says it does irreparable damage to your enamel.
Teeth are not like nails. They don't grow back. Filing them down can remove the enamel, which is the hard protective outer layer. Without enamel, teeth can become sensitive and painful and more prone to decay and infection.
You're gonna end up with sensitive teeth, pain, and probably root canals as well.
Many TikTokers learned that lesson the hard way. One user who filed her teeth was in so much pain that she had to take painkillers every 2 hours. It was so bad that her dentist told her that she filed into her nerve and would need a root canal.
This is so gross to hear and to look at and like imagine. My head is imagining this. It's so gross. Just the feeling of something filing on your teeth, already that imagination is hurting me. It's so gross.
Now, it eventually took 2 procedures to fix the problem. Others who tried the challenge posted follow-up videos showing that they regret their actions. One person summarized their experience with this tweet.
Whatever you do, don't do this. I only did because I'm stupid and was curious.
Even Ashlyn joined forces, speaking against the trend.
You probably still are stupid.
Saying it's not worth the trouble. Another terrible dental trend was when people glued fake vampire fangs to their teeth using nail glue or super glue. Another one involved TikTok.
Huh? Gross.
TikTokers applying bleach directly to their teeth to make them whiter. And lastly, a TikToker who closed the gaps between his front teeth using rubber bands. TikTok is the worst place to get dental advice, unless of course you're a dentist. My friends, out of all the trends so far, this next one is the worst. The Kia challenge. In 2022, people across America were
the Kia and Hyundai challenge? What did you do to the cars now? Huh?
complaining on social media about their Kia and Hyundai cars being broken into or stolen. However, they weren't just blaming the thieves, they were blaming TikTok. But why? The answer is in this Facebook post from one of the victims. On July 25th, Brian Addard wrote, "The whole world is nuts. I got a call from my daughter. Someone tried to steal her Kia Soul last night, smashed the window, and there's ignition wires all over the place." Then he explained why TikTok was to blame, saying, "The sick part is this model Kia is part of a TikTok challenge with instructions on how to steal this car using a USB cable and the ignition switch. They failed, but the damage is done." The Kia challenge is definitely one of the most...
Now they're going after Kias. What's this YouTuber you watching? Visual Venture. There. He does YouTube documentaries. Well, not for YouTube, but he does like documentary style videos.
Most disturbing trends ever seen on TikTok. It began in July 2022 when a TikToker at Robbie Ray posted a video of himself hot wiring a car. People were shocked at how simple the process was. Robbie Ray may have posted the video for educational purposes, but what most people saw was a tutorial on how to steal a car. After about 2 weeks, TikTok realized the danger of the video and took it down, but it was too late. Thousands of people had seen how to hotwire a car and they wanted to try it out. The Kia challenge took off. This challenge involved participants recording...
What the fuck? People see stuff on the internet and be like, yep, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Doesn't matter what's going to happen. Doesn't matter if it's a crime. I'll take the likes and views. I'll take it. And the shares and whatever.
themselves breaking into cars, hot wiring them, and sometimes driving them away. Most of the cars that...
And driving them away. Just straight up stealing them. Not stealing stuff out of there. Now go eat nipples, bro. Nah, I have a girlfriend. Can't do that.
Were broken into were Kias, hence the name of the challenge.
A woman in Highland Park found out the hard way recently, just a few days ago in broad daylight. Her 2017 Hyundai was stolen where it was parked outside her second job.
Tens of thousands of Kias and Hyundais were stolen. People's cars were stolen twice in one day. Thefts of Kia and Hyundai cars rose by 766%.
Car racists. Only Kia and Hyundais. Doesn't matter. Anything else does not matter. Bye. Take care. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. 767% increase.
7% in the Chicago area, and in New York, thefts increased by nearly 2,400%. The topic even made it into songs with rappers bragging about stealing Kias. But obviously, this came with consequences.
Locally, Arlington police say they've made several arrests and stress auto theft in Texas is a felony, which many young people might not realize.
And what's sadder is what this does to the victims. Someone tweeted, having your own car broken into, then you factor in inflation, living paycheck to paycheck. Some people can't afford repairs. I remember a while back, someone broke into my car in our driveway and the repair cost about like $2,000 or something. And
that's why cars around here, at least here in Germany, are usually in garages. Now, not everyone can have a garage, obviously. But I feel like at this point in these times, it should almost be mandatory for every apartment. In some way.
I was a broke college student, it was way too expensive. Another wrote, this trend absolutely makes me feel disgusted. It's really beyond me that people think it's okay to post criminal acts, let alone participate in them after seeing them online.
It's super frustrating, it sounds like. Now I have to be careful where I park and pay attention and It's going to change where we'll probably take my wife's car.
But it was about to get worse for the victims because some insurance companies refused to cover certain Kia and Hyundai models because of the high risk of theft. Angry car owners eventually sued.
Don't buy a Kia. It might be stolen. There will be no insurance. I don't have a car, so won't happen.
Sued Kia and Hyundai, arguing that the companies didn't install anti-theft devices in their cars, making them easier to steal. The lawsuit was settled for $200 million. And after intense pressure, TikTok shut down the Kia challenge. Social media trends can be fun. The internet gives us the ability to connect with one another. But my challenge...
I just wish that these challenges were more on the good side, you know, doing good deeds as a challenge, not stealing cars, specific cars.
For you is to not let it disconnect us from our humanity. Visual venture. Wait, don't go yet. Please, before you go, click subscribe here and then click this playlist to watch more dark internet documentaries because our goal is 700,000 subscribers.
You already achieved that, bro. You already achieved that. This video is 7 months old. However, it's very interesting to see all these. The worst one that made me feel the most gross was clearly either the ick one or the one with the teeth. That was horrid. Never again. Ugh. It's time to have relations with the Monado, Naranja. Don't worry, you're gonna play too. You will soon smash the Monado. If you can ever finish the first one, that is. Only if you can finish the first one. Oh yeah, the Monado. Yay, brain rot. YouTube poop. Yay, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's why I have philo teeth. Anyways. Let's go. YouTube poop. Xenoblade Chronicles. B&P among the colony. By Nonis.
Shulk, you're spending too much Shulk time simming the Monado. You should get out.
Dumban, are you awake yet?
Tempest kick! Is it Fiora? Time already? You didn't have to bring yourself?
Don't be sussy.
You didn't have to bring yourself. Also, at the beginning, it looked like he was masturbating.
Don't treat me like an imposter!
Dumban, don't say that.
Such is vital to a superior bright Fiora. Suster, are vital to a superior bright Fiora. Park man is vital to a you swear it is vital. Right, I see.
I really thought I lost you back then.
Yes, but now I'm almost well enough to handle the Monado again.
Do you want it to fuck you?
It's just continuing it. The only one who's going to fuck the Monado is Rex.
Yeah! I'm prepared. Well, I'm sure you'd like Shulk to try the Monado while it's still hot.
That's okay.
Don't feel like you need to stay. I have to be prepared to fuck Monado again.
Need Monado GF. They say that before.
What a Monado.
Need Monado GF.
Nah, don't get the Monado GF. Get the Frog GF. She better. She just better.
They say that before time began, it was by. That's how it was able to fuck Dunban.
Shulk!
No! Need Monado GF. If I can just unlock. Ah! I see it. This is great. Man is vital. It's always delicious.
Are you peace today?
What?
Are you peaceful? The breeze feels so good.
Yeah. The Monado, it's amazing. Ah!
You're spending too much time with Ryan. You're getting used to all the lifesaver jokes.
Yeah.
Ryan! You're a lifesaver. Oh yeah!
Maybe.
You know, Shulk, I hope you can be.
Huh? The siren. There might be.
Alley-oop, here's how it's done. Oh, yeah.
Ryan?
Yeah, I like it. Oh, yeah.
Ryan, what are you doing?
You short timing rat.
No,
How could you do this to me? You cheating love rat. Riding the waves, man.
That is extremely irritating. Makes me so mad.
Impressive movement.
I was having a good day until you ruined it. Ah! You vicious sod. Ryan! It's buckled.
It's fuckled. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Don't you care about me?
You're not the Monado, are you? More importantly, what were you thinking, Ryan?
Sorry, I just wanted the Monado to touch me. I came to ask you, but you weren't here. And I saw the Monado and I came...
I know I'm here a lot to simp, but even I need fresh air sometimes. Is your body still feeling numb?
Sorry. But is it true? The Monado really can't touch people?
Maybe.
This entire YouTube poop is just one entire sex joke.
Maybe it's a simp.
You think it's... a simp?
Why were you more worried about a machine than me, Shulk?
Mech on armor.
What?
Hey? More importantly... flashing your stuff, eh? Okay then, do it. Marvelous. I love it when you do your hot stuff.
Look at you.
Until I've scrapped it.
Of course!
Chad would have liked this Persona reference.
Finest.
Are you
finest.
Ryan, when you held the Monado,
Finest.
did you see anything?
You know, finest.
I don't mean that. Was it only me?
Looks like Dunban really is the only one who can... Finest.
I won't let my brother Volk the Monado ever again. Not after what it did to him.
Finest.
Anyway, to be honest, this has happened a few times before. I've been searching for a Monado.
Wow, that's it.
Anyway, Ryan, what did you want to ask me about?
Finest. Fancy tagging along?
Are these the man?
The Defense Force...
Are these the Magma? Well, this is clearly a Magma. Prefer the shiny one, though.
Often uses it for training. But I come here to do research.
Not surprising.
Did you collect the cylinders?
Finest.
Shh, be quiet.
Please, let's go back. I don't want to be...
Huh? What's going on?
Listen, what is that?
That sound. In the sky! It's a...
That's the end of this one. These get worse and worse every single time, I feel like. These get actually worse and worse every single time. I just don't know why, but they get worse. It is what it is. It is what it is. At least it's not fuckled. I guess. Sure. You know what? Let's do some Tony. Some Tony. I haven't done some Tony in a while. Tony compilation. This is all from March compilation by Tony LC Sign. The channel at least. Let's just go. I just love how I just find this guy funny. I just love him. He's great. Let's just go.
I get compared to Jesus a lot on this.
Yeah, nah. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
channel and many others.
Get a doctor. Anyways, this is a set of marquee leather made from high quality materials.
Hi there. I'm gay.
Goodbye. Anyways, how to know your
I just like how he does it. I'm gay. Goodbye. Doesn't even need to hear it.
on signs are worthwhile, simple ways to check if they have spare parts.
Guess who had another gender adventure?
Anyways, how to find the right sign company for you is to check out the delivery design.
What is a gender adventure? What does that even mean? What is that? What is a gender adventure? Please explain.
Service.
My problem is that I'm too hot, too.
What are you? It has hairy boobs. Hairy boobs. I think this is just, what the fuck is your problem? True and real?
Successful in my career.
Don't post that shit again. Anyways, one of the most valuable positions
I agree. Don't post it again. What was that?
in a sign company is quality inspector.
I have a very serious question for those of you who keep missing my gender. When have you ever met a he, him who looks like this?
Sir.
Sir. Honestly? Kinda? You still look male. It's just the makeup. Maybe from far away. You could resemble a woman, but close up? Nah.
Like this.
Sir. Check out this neon sign right here. Super cool and totally portable. It runs on a battery case, and you can place it anywhere you want.
Okay, this might be controversial, but
I just love how he does it, where he puts on, when that happens, he just puts on the she/her sign. I like it.
Just have to say that the only way to know if you love someone truly is to cheat on them.
Anyways, a clean, well-packed sign.
Tony, I gotta say, where do you even find these clips, bro? Where do you find these clips? These clips come from hell. They're just designed there. The only way to know if you truly love somebody is to cheat on them? What the fuck?
Design is essential for positive customer experience.
Oh good, I've been expecting you. You must be the gay person that this video was sent to.
Anyways, watch me put it out like this. The design is very human. Your customers can see your product poster from 100 meters away.
What? Why is this person making out with a wall? You need serious help.
Such a...
Because he was leaning against the wall, true and real.
Human design. You can even use your iPhone to control this on and off, brightness and lighting time. Anyways, I don't know if your spend on size worthwhile. A simple ways to check if they have spare parts.
You know why being overweight is one of the smartest things you can do?
What?
What? True and real what? No, it's not. It is not the smartest thing you can do. It's dangerous. We should seriously stop glorifying being overweight.
Just imagine a zombie apocalypse, and there's no more food left.
Anyways, watch me put it out like this.
That could be taken two ways, right? For the zombies, it might be quite good. For everyone else, if they have to resort to cannibalism, it might be quite good. And if that not happens, you might at least lose weight. She isn't wrong. If something happens, you just need to be faster than her. She isn't wrong.
It gets sucked immediately.
Being gay is so different than being queer.
Yeah, exactly. No way! You kidding, right? Wow, that's a surprise. Even more surprise, we have this Infinity Mirror LED track channel address.
Look at this. Well, first of all, these nipples go crazy. This should happen some Meat Canyon animation. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Anyways, want to know how much it would cost to turn your logo into something like this? Check out our WhatsApp number or email in our bio. Wait a minute. Anyways, LC Sun only use certified.
What? I didn't quite catch that. Hell, why did he bend down like that? He looks like a girl, at least in the face.
Wait a minute. Anyways, LC Sun only use certified transformers such as Meanwhile brand transformer with up to 5 years warranty.
This is so mean, but so great.
Anyways, this is our ultra thin lot books. The design is very human. It's very human.
Hey, yo, Tony, what happened? Maybe that's the guy controlling Tony. It's like a little guy inside of him that is this devious. Because short people are usually very devious. What the fuck is this?
Wait a damn minute. Anyway.
This is great.
Anyways, how to know your sign company is trustworthy is to see how they ship your signs.
Things that should have made me realize I was trans, but didn't.
Don't care. Anyways, here's how to tell if the LED sign is cheap. If it was white acrylic and is turning yellow very fast, it might be using extrude acrylic. It would also be easily broken. A good sign company should adopt 100% virgin raw material acrylic. Long lifespan, no loose color, in 8 to 10 years.
Alright, we got another one. We got another one.
I had a boy about the same age as me turn to me and say, "Ooh, what happened to your face?" And I looked him dead in the eye and I said,
"Giggity, giggity, giggity. All right, check out."
Oh my god! That is wild. Quagmire. I can see it.
Got a new product. The color is bright. Hang in your store will attract more customers. Giggity.
Hi, my name is Erin. I use she, her pronouns, and I am this.
Good kitty. Anyways, this lot box is easy to move and can be placed
Based cat.
at the entrance of the store to attract more customers.
My pronouns are they, them, or at least that's what I share with people most often, but for this particular meeting, I will come out fully as saying that my pronouns are she, they, him.
Ma'am, if your LED sign rusts over time, it's likely due to low quality stainless steel. LC sign uses 304 stainless steel for strong corrosion resistance.
Here's a list of places I
Also, can I just say that the people that that pretty much consider themselves non-binary, that they look that way? I can't quite put it, but they have a certain look. Not to be mean or anything, but there's a certain stereotype on looks.
will not, under any circumstances, be going in 2025.
Jim. Anyways, how to know your sign company is reliable is to check their lead time.
I know that violence is not the answer, but yes, it is.
Anyways, how to know your spend on signs is worthwhile. A simple way is to check if they have spare parts.
You just called me ugly, but that's not even technically possible.
Yes, it is.
Anyways, how to know your spend on signs is worthwhile. Simple ways to check if they have spare parts.
Men are only supposed to make your life easier. If he is difficult, he is not your man. He is a wild beast.
Shut the fuck up. With this lot books, your business will get better and better.
Alright, are you guys ready for this insane difference?
What if a woman is difficult, though? What then? What is she doing even?
Anyways, check out our ultra thin lot books, just 1 centimeter thick.
Glasses or no glasses.
What? Anyway.
Good old. We don't pay attention to your face, just the booba. Oh dear, no.
Check out our ultra slim lot books, just 1 centimeter thick.
It's not necessarily like gay to get with the homies, suck each other off or whatever.
Yeah, sure. It's not gay. If you suck off your homies. Or at least they, or, well, before you say no homo, I guess, and they wear socks. What the fuck do you mean?
Ever?
What? Anyways, watch me put it down like this. It gets sucked immediately. Changing the poster takes us 2 seconds. All you do is to lift this and pull the poster around.
Daily reminder, you get to define what masculinity and femininity are for yourself.
Yes. Yes, I will. Yes, I will define what what masculinity for you is, and you are not masculine. Nope. 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 What is this? I guess bonus points for having the rouge in the background? Bro has shaved legs. Bro is certainly taking it.
Are for yourself.
Don't post that shit again. Anyways, one of the most valuable positions in a sign company is quality inspector.
If you're going to Italy this summer, these are some of the places that you should be visiting.
If you were Disney's princess, who would you be?
Italian accent, let's go.
I would be Cinderella because she broke, homies. She represents me. China, China, China. Nadie sabe de todos como yo. No puedes confiar en nadie, pero sí puedes confiar en el sign.
We have a Spanish-speaking Trump cosplay. We have an Asian man cosplaying as Donald Trump, speaking Spanish. What more could you want?
De China, can you believe that? Mejor servicio, mejor fábrica, mejor calidad. Este estilo es lo más popular ahora. Póngalo en su tienda y haga su negocio grande otra vez. Cualquier tamaño, cualquier forma, cualquier color, todo se puede personalizar. Enviamos a todo el mundo sin pedido mínimo y con una garantía de 3 años. Tenemos accesorios en nuestro WhatsApp en nuestra bio. Siga el design en China.
To be honest, I would buy stuff. He gave a sign to iShow Speed based. I would buy stuff too. And I got a third part. I got a third part. Let's go.
Have you ever cheated before?
Not with another human.
What do you mean?
I cheated on my boyfriend with his dog.
White women are not beating the allegations. White women are not beating the allegations. They are not beating the allegations. They are just not. They are just not beating the allegations. They just can't beat the allegations. What did you just say? Huh? With a dog? With his dog?
Hey, what the? Anyways, how to know if your sign company is reliable is to check their lead time.
What are your pronouns? They, them. She, they. Okay, is it okay if I touch you? Yeah.
Is it okay?
You go to a hairdresser, barber, whatever it is. You are, by literally wanting to get your hair cut, you are consenting to getting touched. What is this? I'm gonna lose my mind.
Okay if I touch you? Just cut my fucking hair. Anyways, check out a new product here. The color is bright. Hang it in your store to attract more customers.
So my nickname is Pendeja, which apparently means beautiful in Spanish.
That... No. Something like Idiot came out. Nope.
Do you know how to get LED sign like this, sissy? You need to send your logo to us and let us know what size you want.
Bro, you don't get catfished. You get whale. You got whale hunted. Whale fished. That's not just a catfish. What is this? If that were whatever you reeled onto land, chuck it back into the ocean. There's many more fish in the pond. This is not one of them.
Oh, shit. Anyways, how to find the right sign company for you is to check how they provide design service. LC Sign has 15 professional designers. We produce 200 drawings every day.
I thought she was a catfish.
Bro is dating Tyrone. This is a man, not a woman.
Anyways, what's up, homie? It's Tony. These are slim lot books with easy installation. Only 1 centimeter.
If you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Did you just say that every Latino is only there to do the dirty, disgusting jobs that nobody wants to do? It's kind of racist. His girl got more testosterone than him. True and real, the peepee's likely also larger.
Anyways, if your LED sign easy to rust as time goes by, tell them to knock it off.
There are people who like to argue that children are too young to know they are trans.
Children are too young to know they are trans.
And they are incorrect.
Delete that shit. Anyways, check out our ultra thin lot book. Slick, modern, and perfect for showcasing your visuals. Anyways, check out our floor stand and display lot
Based. Close the door.
books.
So I want to tell you guys a story about how I took a guy home from the bar without telling him that I was trans. Now, yes, I understand that's wrong.
What the fuck?
Truly, what the fuck?
Dude.
But what the fuck? Isn't that considered... If it went to the bedroom and he did not know, wouldn't that be considered grape?
Anyways, one of the most valuable positions in a sign company is quality inspector. Our QC will check all the order details of each order before we pack the signs.
Question for someone who's a little more educated than me. Where should I go?
We don't care, but here's a cool sign. If you're using an LED sign near the seaside and it rusts quickly, chances are it wasn't made
Actually, we do. Actually, we do care.
with the pricier 316 stainless steel design to handle hot corrosion environments.
How much should a guy earn for you to date him? Over 500K, close to $1 million.
She was asking you about the money, not about the calories that you consume.
Anyways, how to know your spend on signs worthwhile with simple ways to check if they have spare parts.
Give us your perfect first date.
First of all, my man needs to make at least 7 figures.
Good luck with that. Anyways, do you want to know what we need to do before your signs deliver?
And she died single, not happily ever after. 500K, close to 1 million calories.
Delivered to you, a clean, well-packed sign is essential for a positive customer experience.
Ma'am,
Where's my cock?
True and real. I bet that would be accurate. I wonder if somebody that's trans that gets dementia, if they forget that they're trans, and now they're wondering where their pee-pee is. I wonder if that's a thing.
Anyways, this is our LED sign with 35 years warranty. Support indoor, outdoor use. Custom color or style freely and don't need to worry about no reference cases. No matter what business you run, even franchise stores, we can provide the best service and size.
Calm down. Calm down. Chill.
In December of
I
1990.
said chill. Go back to this video. That was funny. I liked it. That was funny. I enjoy this. I just love this man's videos, and I would instantly buy a sign. I would just buy a sign. Chat, I need a quick bathroom break. I need a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. And dear no gumping. Chat, returned. I am back. And we are going to continue some more videos that I want to see as well. Okie dokie. What do I want to look at? What do I want to look at? You know what? Let's do a ref video. Why not? I didn't properly watch the content cop. Alright guys, I didn't properly watch the content cop. I literally just clicked on 5 or 6 minutes in, and then I just turned off because I felt like this entire thing is a nothing burger. But yeah. Cody animation? No, I will not. I will not. Maybe, okay, maybe after this one I will do it. You motherfucker. Fine, I'll do another one just so you leave me alone. Just so you can leave me alone, you brain rot creature. So, just so you can leave me alone finally. Let me add one real quick. You're so annoying with this. Always. Always. Motherfucker. Gumper. You gumper. Since I'm the only one here. Okay, fine, fine. We'll do one. We'll do one. Fine, perfect. Peach marries Bowser. By Coty Animation. I'm going to edit this out of the stream probably anyways, because it usually gets copyrighted. Let's just go. They both look so stupid, especially Toad. Especially Toad looks so weird. What a whore! Bro tries to save her! And she marries Bowser? Disgusting! He's eating Toad! No! The goat! He can finally pay back, punch this, survive to kick ass. Never again! Today's the last time. I'm gonna not watch another one today. Screw off. This time, however, I will do this video. No matter what happens. Even if I die. Even if I die. Even if I die. Anyways. iDubbbz F'd around and finally found out. Thankfully, I didn't watch the entire content call, right? I just watched like 6 minutes of it. Also, kind of wasn't worth it. It's a nothing burger. It's like the worst people imaginable. The worst people imaginable are in this video. The worst group ever. Look in chat, you moron. Thank goodness. Yeah, that was awful. Next Saturday you have to anyways. True and real. True and real. But yeah, this is gonna be horrid. Because apparently it did not go the way people expected this to go. So yeah. Let's watch this ref video. Let's just see.
Hey, what's up guys, Ref here. So today we're going to be revisiting the content cop that keeps on giving, well, content. So
yeah. Also, it's like, I still have tweet out there. Nah, I'm not gonna say it.
A few days ago, iDubbbz released his content cop on H3, aka Ethan Klein, and as the dust has settled, we've gotten a lot of additional context that has made this situation even more ridiculous. Now we have Ethan Klein coming out and making his official response to this content cop, providing additional context as well as some very disturbing details about the surrounding circumstances. Now, you can see right now the dislikes continue to climb, over 447,000 dislikes versus 348,000 likes.
Yeah, that did not go as expected. Also, it's like, you cannot make a video like that and have people who are universally disliked in your video. You can't just have that. You can't just have that. What lady parts do to a man are much worse. You mean is much worse. Regardless, You're right. You're right. Now I can just say what I said. When originally that man did get a vasectomy, I posted the tweet. I think that's what you're referring to, because I think you saw that one. I was referring to making a tweet. That I made, which is, I've seen what no pussy does to a motherfucker. No, people be like, what pussy does to a motherfucker, but I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker. What pussy does to a motherfucker, and it's much worse. This guy is the embodiment of this exact meme.
It's safe to say this has been dislike bombed pretty hard, and for
because ever since he had his wife, whatever that relationship is supposed to be, this man is on a weird trip.
Good reason. Who thought this would have been a good idea? Where iDubbbz revitalizes his Content Cop series that he said was too mean-spirited to ever open up again. He uses that to backstab his former friend while employing the help of all of his greatest haters to paint Ethan Klein as some unhinged lunatic who's crashing out over absolutely nothing while ignoring important context like the harassment he's faced, the fake CPS calls that the related community.
Yeah, fake CPS calls. I think he also got sent human skulls. I could be wrong, but I think I've seen that. Man. Technically, think of age 3. What you want, but that guy technically has won. He has a wife, he has a kid. He's pretty successful. He's doing well.
Have encouraged against his family that actually ended up with a call being made, and also the human skulls being sent in the mail to his family.
There, the human skull incident, which is so weird. That is so weird. Why are you doing that? Also, why are you trying to get this guy's kids taken away?
Family. Yes, human skulls.
And remember, Hassan was brigading this video, so it didn't get as much negative attention as it probably would have gotten.
Sent in the mail. That is the latest detail we just found out from Ethan Klein on this situation, as you can see. But of course, trying to paint him as the villain has backfired because, well, he's the one who's been reacting to a torrent of harassment and deranged behavior for quite some time now. And when you think about this, they really try to frame this Content Cop, especially at the end, as something that was supposed to be empathetic. Like, they're trying to help out Ethan Klein because he's going through a tough time. He's lost his mind. He's crashing out. Well, of course, doing nothing but mocking him, harassing him, and trying to further more of the bad stuff.
It's really funny. It's really funny. Horrible person, horrible person, horrible person, horrible person. I've never seen this guy. Don't know. But since he's part of this entire group, I'd say, I don't know this guy. I won't comment on him. Please explain to me who this is. I have no idea. I know Frogan. I know this lady. Obviously Hassan and iDubbbz.
Stuff that is happening to him. And now we have...
You gotta post that here, huh? iCugs. Why are you doing that?
have the official response from Ethan Klein on the H3H3 channel. And you can see my response to iDubbbz. And you can see the reaction to this is completely different than the Content Cop. So in the first 24 hours, it has a like-dislike ratio of about 97%. Compare that to about the 40% on the Content Cop. This has been a completely different reaction, and also understand that the communities that he is responding to here are rabid. Okay, I'm not surprised if some of them are going on 5 different accounts trying to put dislikes on this video, but it's still not working. I'm actually pretty impressed by how high this
110k versus 4.9k. I must admit, this is doing incredibly well. Sure, this is 17 hours in, it might have more now. It also has less views, but more than 10% have liked this video that have seen it, which is a pretty good ratio, I'd say. But yeah, this video is doing significantly better, but it's also out for 17 hours just.
The support is for this video, but it makes sense given the context with the Content Cop. Now, in this response video, he lays out some important context and additional details, mainly how iDubbbz was so manipulative, especially with some of the clips he was using in the beginning of the video, trying to paint Ethan Klein and even his wife, Hila, as these unhinged lunatics who are just lashing out at all these innocent parties that helped contribute to the content cop, that he was crashing out, that he was just losing his mind. Well, of course, iDubbbz during all this leaves out all of the relevant context and tries to manipulate it to make Ethan Klein the villain.
I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to say like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you.
This man's hairline escaped. Also, I can't get over looking at the juicy 400k dislikes.
You. And a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
So I feel like if you didn't have any additional context, you would probably already be able to see through this facade and how much of an unbearable person iDubbbz has become. Such a condescending attitude, a holier-than-thou attitude.
I mean, it's the old iDubbbz. The iDubbbz who made diss tracks and actually made proper content cops and stuff. It's just, this one just feels like pointless. Like I said, a nothing burger. Like there's nothing there.
Attitude that he has really made his entire personality at this point. But what we're referring to here is the lack of context. The clips we just saw and many of the clips shown to prove Ethan Klein's unhinged nature was from this podcast from about a month ago. And you can see the title, Snark Called Child Protective Services on Us. So Snark is a subreddit completely dedicated to attacking Ethan and his family. That's all they do. And people believe they were part of the reason this whole CPS call came through. Now in iDubbbz,
they really tried to take this man's kids. They really tried to take this man's kids.
Content cop that's supposed to be fair and impartial, he never once, not a single time, mentioned the CPS call, nor did he mention anything that would give any sort of grace to Ethan Klein in this situation, because this podcast that he made was the same day he had CPS called on his family over absolute nonsense, over people trying to manipulate and exploit that system to try to harm his family simply because they don't like his opinions on things. It's completely unhinged. We talked about it before, and now we're going to be looking at some of the additional context here provided.
I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. We have essentially lost our humanity as it originally was. I remember the times when people were having disagreements, but we're actually talking about those disagreements. We weren't violent. We didn't attack each other, insult each other. Sure, those cases existed. They did in fact exist. However, they were far rarer. We weren't swatting each other, sending law enforcement after each other, some other weird shit. We were actually talking. And if we disagreed on things, we disagreed on things. And you know what the great thing was? We were still be able to be friends, even if we disagreed. Who would have guessed that? If you hang around bad people, you become bad. True and real. That's just what happens here, I guess.
By Ethan Klein. Now, in his response and in the content cop itself, there's a little kerfuffle about this kind of falling out over associations with some problematic people. In the video, iDubbbz says, he was trying to friend police me by saying I can't associate with people like, I don't know, Denim's TV. And Ethan would say it's not just because you follow them on social media, it's because you're actively engaging with people who are saying terrible, awful things about me and my family and contributing to this harassment campaign, and you seem like you're at the very least okay.
This picture is incredibly cringe. This picture is incredibly cringe. Hi, Alex Raven. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This is incredibly cringe. I mean, wake up, Ethan, and then just middle fingers pointed at you, and you want to make this entire video is so condescending because you make it seem like you're actually trying to help, but you're not, and then I get like this. I will get this in my DMs. I would be like, also like, right, fuck off, stay away from me. But then again, you cannot take anything serious that comes from denims.
Okay with it by continuing to associate with these people, just, you know, both iDubbbz and his wife, Anissa. And you can see from this, I mean, it was never about trying to help out Ethan Klein. All that moral grandstanding, it was just a shield for them to go after him for over an hour, attacking his character and trying to frame him as some crazy person. Now, of course, he's going to provide some of the context here and show that whole CPS situation and how so many people involved with the production of the Content Cop were encouraging the sort of hysteria around a lot of the fake information that was being spread about what was going on with his family.
Now, why am I mad at Ian for this? Well, let's start here. Denims is someone he's accusing me of in his video of harassing. Let's see what Denim said about my children 3 days before CPS was called.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over.
So again, I talked about this in a previous video about a month ago, but to give some additional context, this guy Bad at Banata here who's reporting this is acting like this is some rare unknown disease called Giardia. And that was something that over 1 million Americans a year suffer from, and we had literal pediatric nurses coming out and saying stuff like this happens to kids. They have a 3-year-old kid who's crawling around on the ground. They had a dog that they just got who was a rescue who had a stomach virus and clearly couldn't control itself in a new environment. And at some point, the 3-year-old must have crawled into it before someone noticed the leavings were on the ground and they got sick. And again, all these pediatric nurses came out and said, this is the kind of stuff they deal with every single day. They don't see a single red flag. It's unfortunate, but...
So something pretty much normal. So something pretty much normal that could happen to anyone. Also, it was a rescue dog. So something completely normal that could happen anytime. It's unfortunate that happened, but still, it can happen anytime. I don't know, especially since the dog is kind of... Look at this chat. Look at these losers all agreeing. This is crazy. I loathe Rogan. I don't like her particularly either. And I know Tectone doesn't like her particularly either. OnlyFans, she got always stupid. I don't think she does OnlyFans. I don't think she does. No, she doesn't. But she is pretty stupid. A veteran should get PTSD, mate. You are not. Don't you dare curse. You tell me not to curse when I'm around you. Don't curse when you're around me.
That's the way it sounds like it happened. But this person's making it sound like they're going around rolling around this stuff, that they're eating it, that it's like it's everywhere in their house, that it's completely unsafe. And you can see the logs here that people have gathered together of these sorts of reactions. And are you surprised that this happening 3 days before the CPS call is not much of a coincidence?
Is this true?
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where.
And that's kind of like with this bad empanada person, because like this video that they're reacting to, Denims is reacting to, is like very key to this whole thing where a lot of this stuff really heated up. And it's like the more I look at this guy, the more unhinged he is. Like we talk about Frogan with her quote about
PTSD ghost hunting US veterans. Every US veteran deletion is a criminal bringing themselves to justice. What the fuck? What the heck? Oh yeah, he probably gets pegged by Frogan. I would assume. What the heck are we even doing? No! No! What the frick? True and real? What do you want?
how she thinks American soldiers deserve PTSD. I mean, he said this: every U.S. veteran gay-manning themselves is a criminal bringing themselves to justice. I think this is actually worse than the Frogan line. Then you see that he was celebrating in multiple chats when CPS was abused in order to target Ethan Klein's family over this matter. And then you also see this bizarre Instagram story that he released pretty recently where he said, the 26th and 27th of April, there is another surprise for you, Ethan. Enjoy the ruining of your life. And this is one of the clips from that story.
Tick tock goes the clock. Tick tock, tick tock. If you thought it was bad today, my friend, you just wait and see what else we have in store for you.
This is the face of someone that's mentally unwell. What? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, they all seem like really, really normal people, but you can see, based on this whole interaction here, the chat was getting very riled up by this, and it's no coincidence that, 3 days later, there was a CPS call made. Now let's look at one more part here where Denims tries to justify a CPS call on kids because, well, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, they probably won't remember what happens during something like that.
I want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So I told him,
create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. Nah, yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15.
Yeah, those IQ points are dropping. What the fuck? I don't like this woman at all. Empanada used to be a decent independent source of information, but he let his monster size take over his channel. What are we dealing here with, man?
Yeah, you get it. She wears many hats. She's an expert in many different fields and is able to make very bold statements like this, basically saying that a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, who cares if they make there's a false CPS report? made on their family, and now the kids have to be interviewed. Who cares what happens? Because they won't remember it anyways, which is total BS, by the way. And also, what a chilling effect that would have if you use that as a standard for all kids across the world, right? So, like, nothing matters. As long as they're not, like, physically harmed, nothing matters because they're 3 and 5.
Yeah, you can do with the as long as you can emotionally torment children until they're like 3 to 5 years old. Doesn't matter. It's all right. What the heck? She's so brain rot that she cannot remember before the age of 6. I mean, if you have to hang around with the group that she's hanging around with, you probably don't remember anything for that much, for that long. I hate these people. I feel like this is making you uncomfortable. Maybe you should turn off. Because I know your stance on these people. You know? Just saying. Because you don't text like that. Our veterans deserve respect. Yeah, you guys, yeah, I agree. Drugs or alcohol, what are we thinking? Good question.
Like, what? An absolutely deranged thing to say here. And, like, don't you see why someone would be uncomfortable with this person being friends with you or your wife when they're talking about your family like that? And it gets even worse. There's other clips like this where she tried to imply that Gila, Ethan's wife, was a child killer.
I mean, having...
If you opened the...
Guys, the IDF member is bringing us back to reality. Okay? The IDF member is bravely taking a break from killing unarmed children to bring us back to reality.
What a wild and gross thing to say. And also, for those who don't know, the IDF is something that anyone born in Israel, like his...
That didn't even register. That didn't even register for me. That didn't even register. The guns in real smell good. Smell of gun powder smells good. Wait, you're sniffing guns. Bro, what is going on? Maybe I should see you after stream. See you after stream. I'll call you immediately.
Was a child killer.
I mean, having...
If you opened the...
Guys, the IDF member is bringing us back to reality. Okay? The IDF member is bravely taking a break from killing unarmed children to bring us back to reality.
What a wild and gross thing to say. And also, for those who don't know, the IDF is something that anyone born in Israel, like...
Didn't they pull the same move on Gal Gadot where they said that she is partially at fault for the thing that happens in Palestine? She pulls the exact same thing on H3. Or well, his wife. Say love you to her. If you're still here, I love you. Does that make you happy? She knows that I love her. Frog GF knows.
His wife, Hila, they have to participate when they turn 18. So she uses that as an opportunity to imply that she was game-ending unarmed children during her service, which is a outlandishly slanderous thing to say, but also something that apparently is pretty funny to people like Hassan Piker, who was reacting to the response that Ethan Klein made recently, and this is how he reacted to that whole segment we just looked at.
The boy could be an actor, you know what I mean?
Denims, who literally calls my wife a baby killer, amongst other insane, terrible things.
All right, he's just like, dude, this is such a funny way to react to this.
Am I missing something, guys? Am I missing the joke here? Like, what is so funny? Are we watching an episode of Bro Tips? You know, some classic Hassan Pike.
Because they enjoy this. They enjoy this. That's the problem. They enjoy when others suffer. That they think deserve it. More to the point, they try to deflect Ziegler's failure onto Ghetto because Ziegler aligns to them politically. True and real, true. I mean, Ghetto can act, so that it certainly did. And your embarrassment is my fuel, but I didn't get fueled. Why are you forcing me to say such things? I'm a tsundere. I don't say I love you easily. Also, Hila is exempt from the service as a woman, so Rev is somewhat wrong here, but Hila's service wasn't even frontline related, so Rev's point still holds. True, but it also felt like Denims in this case, doesn't even know that Hila is exempt from it. She didn't in that movie. Sure. So I'm perfectly fine blaming both.
Stuff here, like, is that what we're laughing at? Because I don't understand what's so funny about someone implying that their wife is a baby killer. Like, what is so hilarious about that? And of course, he has no actual, like, argument as to why that was acceptable whatsoever. Why Ethan is so wrong for being offended by that. He's just like, oh, dude, okay, dude, as per usual. But anyways, in Ethan's response, we would get another very disturbing round of information here. It wasn't just the CPS call around that time. There was another very disturbing development that he's going to explain right now.
There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed.
Even the FBI got involved. They actually sent human skulls to H3. This is nuts. This is ridiculous. Them in this pulling the take from the 1970s, how in the US folks mistreated our own veterans with the same phrase. Okay. Yeah, baby deleter. That is kind of horrible to say to somebody who actually hasn't done anything like that.
Well past the point of that's just what the internet does. Ian had a recent revelation. He's transcended into a new person. He's achieved nirvana and discovered empathy at age 32.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very ashamed to admit that.
So yeah, obviously things have gotten to a level that is absolutely...
That's so weird to say as a grown man. That is so weird to say as a grown man. You didn't just discover empathy. I feel like your wife castrated you. That's why there's still a tweet from me out there who still gains traction to this day. Replying to him getting the vasectomy, saying, I've seen what no pussy does to a motherfucker. But what pussy does to a motherfucker is much worse. It still gains traction to this day. I love it. It's just, I don't know. Ever since he got with that chick, that man has changed for the worse.
Absolutely disgusting. Someone's sending what is alleged to be human skulls to his home. Like, how messed up is that? How does anyone sit there and try to rationalize what's going on here? And of course, I guarantee you, every single person on this screen right now you're looking at, not a single one of them will say that's too far. Not a single one of them will say anything remotely close to sending human skulls to someone's house because you don't like their opinions is a bit too far. None of them will say it. In fact, what we're actually seeing is people in this whole crowd playing defense. They're already trying to...
His own words from his podcast, by the way, he can't sue me. After marriage dealing changing. I will not change much just because then I would have a wife. You're making it way too fast. We are still in the planning phase. We haven't even met IRL yet. Chill. Also, damn, I want to say something. Remember, I don't know this guy again, and Items wasn't there, but these three, Frogan, Hassan, and Denims, literally made a ethnicity tier list. Yet they're so anti-racism. I find that really funny.
Defend themselves. You have that bad empanada individual once again making statements on YouTube saying, imagine getting destroyed so bad for genocide apologia that you are reduced to trying to play the victim by buying novelty human skulls, claiming that someone else sent them to you as a threat, and posting pictures of them with the tags from the store you bought them from still plainly visible. Zionists will do literally anything to avoid reckoning with the reality of their ideology. That's very, well, let's just say cope. Okay, at this point, they're trying to say that they're buying this stuff for themselves and then also getting the FBI involved. So they're going to buy fake props. And
exactly. Fake skulls. And surely the FBI pulls up. That totally makes sense. Definitely. Andy raises on the way to the bank to say the most racist thing you've ever heard. True and real. And I mean, they're the one with the flag buy requirement, which makes me deliberately avoid it. Not everybody who has a flag in their bio is weird. But if it's a weird opinion, there's usually a flag in bio.
And then get a federal agency involved, which by the way would be a false report that would be illegal. They would risk all of that for this unnecessary step. They don't need any more sympathy right now. They're winning this whole battle. Okay, we're seeing Cope here. Oh, they're winning. They're, you know, Ian and all these guys, they're winning, and Ethan's losing so hard he has to resort to this. No, everyone with 2 functioning eyeballs and a few brain cells can understand the optics of the situation. The content cop blew up in Ian's face and everyone involved, and now we're having these additional details coming out that make all of these people involved in this harassment campaign look even more foolish. And again, the burden's on them to prove that this stuff is fake. You want to make an allegation that this stuff is fake, well, it's on you. And also, it's the message being sent. What looks like very real skulls being sent in the mail, 2 of which, by the way, and also, coincidentally, he has 2 children. So I think the message is very clear, and any normal person would find this very disturbing. And
I found it disturbing. You sent the man human skulls, and the government got involved, so to speak. You are calling CPS on the man for something that is super normal. You tried to take this man's children, which if I was H3, I would not let that slide. Absolutely not. Definitely not. You call his wife a baby deleter, which is just something you cannot say. That is outlandish. And you think you're winning? While he gives you additional context and now you're coping and seething? Nah. I would hit you with weird opinions, but I will ahead of time disavow Hassan and the entire clique. But I'll save it for later. Sure.
And would rightfully report it to the authorities, which is exactly what happened. Now, moving on with this and wrapping it up for today, a lot of people are starting to speculate about Creator Clash 3. This is iDubbbz's big celebrity boxing event with content creators and alike. And it turns out that Jake Paul recently announced that his next boxing event will be on the same day as Creator Clash 3, which will definitely take away some of the traction for Ian, who's dealing with a lot because some people are obviously going to get a lot of pressure for continuing with this event after everything that's happened. And boy, the sales aren't looking great. With only a few months to go, the blue here is the available seats for Creator Clash 3. It's not looking good. He has definitely reaped what he has sown, and he's going to continue to.
Current seat available for Creator Clash 3. Available seats are in blue. They have a better chance of booking up the local Chili's at this point. Damn! Look at this. Kinda empty. Kinda. It's kinda worthless doing this. He probably mentioned it in the FBI interview. Everything they say can be used against them. True and real. I'm interviewed by feds for security clearance before. They will be very thorough in their questions. Okay. The problem for you is that I have the money to fight this. That is a different person. Raven is not coming back. What are you thinking about the entire time?
iDubbbz and his fall off here is painful to watch. I don't care who you are. This is really the bad ending of any YouTuber like this. But for now, that's all we have with the recent updates regarding this situation. I know that I believe by the time this video is live, I think Ethan's going to be streaming again, talking more about this. And I'm sure there's even more details. So I'll keep you posted on that. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments.
I have shared my thoughts. Once again, it just proves that if, I'm just going to say it, the radical left cannot succeed, they will use dirty tactics to beat down on you if they can't defend their opinions properly. I feel like they took more than just they took all his balls probably at this point. Sign up, you follow Kino Casino, but Creator Clash 3 is even worse than you think. Ethan's initial reaction being so intense is because, from what we know from Anissa's whining, half the seats sold were to H3's audience, and those people are refunding. Well, rip Bozo, you get what you deserve. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I want the old items back. The one who's truly edgy. The one who's truly... When he makes a content cop, you know, you're gonna watch an absolute destruction. We'll never see this man. This man got castrated. Sadly. Anyways. Let me drink something. I need water. What other video I'm gonna watch? Oh, I have another ref video that I really wanted to watch. Because I heard how bad it is, actually. I'm gonna watch this one immediately after. Because that interested me as well. There's another ref video. My old girl version was not named Raven. Yeah, we had a viewer who was called Raven. Anyways, I wanted to see that one as well, because I've heard how bad it truly is. Fans reject Netflix cringe Kakegurui live-action adaptation made for the modern audience. Let me guess, it barely money was... The budget is that of a ham sandwich. By refs is this, by the way. The budget was that of a ham sandwich. It is absolutely not story accurate at all. The costumes are bad. We have race swaps in it. Let me guess. I'm gonna pat myself on the back if I'm right.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to be talking about the series Kakegurui. Now, for those not familiar, this is often referred to as the gambling anime, where there's this elite school where the hierarchy is determined by gambling. It had 2 seasons. It was very successful, and people still talk about it to this day. Now, the fact that we're talking about Kakegurui in this video means one of 2 things. Either there is a much desired 3rd season coming for this anime, or Netflix made a cringe-inducing live-action adaptation. Unfortunately, it is the latter, and that's what we got here with Bets.
Bet a live-action series adaptation based on the hit Japanese manga Kakegurui by... Okay. So they changed the name even. I was supposed to request another video about that guy Twitch streamer who faked being handicapped, can't walk. I have not watched it yet. I have not watched it. Netflix is in typical recasting fashion, as they're like a little Britain at this point. Oh god, the protag who is enslaved to the protagonist in the anime. Well, you would think it might be a bad idea to make the dude who is enslaved black, but Netflix did it. That's horrible. That's ironic. Kind of like they demanded from Banana Juju, a VTuber, to, you know, she has dreads, to have the monkey VTuber be black. Same energy.
A Netflix series based on this manga, and it is as cringe as you might have guessed. And the comments on Twitter are ripping apart this trailer, and on YouTube it actually might be even worse. You can see the official trailer here. People are going wild. They are very...
That's very juicy. 7.9k versus 2.1k. I'm just questioning who likes this.
Blown away by the quality of this trailer. You can see 2,100 likes versus 7,900 dislikes. That's a very easy set of math to do. That is a 21% like to dislike ratio. People are not impressed by this live action adaptation. On top of that, as I like to point out with these trailers, look at the apathy. 67,000 views in nearly 2 days since this trailer was released on YouTube. That is really low for something like this. You're taking a beloved franchise and making a Netflix live action out of it, and you can't even crack 100.
I need to say this. Stop with these live action adaptations. They don't work. In fact, if you are a Westerner, if you are a Western company, just don't adapt any Japanese media in any form. Also not Devil May Cry, because that as a Devil May Cry fan, this show makes me cry. A budget of a hand sandwich. We have basically Dante acting like Nero, and even stealing his song. Poor Nero. We have some political mayhem in there as well, where we turn demons into illegals. Nah. Nah, I have nothing negative to say about Juju. I love Juju. I think she's great. Cinder, on the other hand, looking at all those Google Docs, might be not so much anymore. We thought Dragon Ball Z Evolution was bad. Nah, the 21st century has freaking hands.
100k views. I've seen YouTubers make indie projects with more hype surrounding them than this. Now, before we get into the actual trailer itself, we'll watch it together. I want to point out two very simple things. Number one, the live action's been done before and done very well by Japan. They made a live action adaptation of this series and it was very well received, mainly because it sticked to the source material very well. And also look at the costumes and casting. They did a phenomenal job nailing these characters, okay? You can see they really captured what these characters are supposed to look like and did a really good job, because often it's hard to make a live action out of anime and make it look faithful to the source material. The second thing I want to point out, this is the cast of characters, especially if you're not familiar with the series. This is what
They're obviously all Japanese. Obviously. Okay, Zoom, thank you. Reminds me, live action Phoenix Wright in Japan is awesome. I've never watched that.
The main cast of characters is supposed to look like. Now brace yourselves, we're going to check out this live action trailer, and it's just as bad as you might have predicted.
My name is Yumiko, and I've been bad. But sometimes you have to do a bad thing to make the world better. This should be fun.
I'm going to do something a little different. This might catch you guys by surprise, but I'm going to start off this reaction with a compliment. Yes, I can make compliments. I'm going to start off by saying I think they did a good job casting Yumiko. Now, the ball...
True. I agree. That seems alright. That seems alright. That seems alright. For now. For now. Do you know about Parasite anime? Yes, I do. Never watched it though.
bar for this is very low, but I'm going to say she at least looks like the character somewhat. I know, the standards are really low for this trailer, as we'll see. But also, I think she has a good voice for this. I think she did a good job with that. And I also think she captures the craziness of the character Yumiko in a pretty good way. So that's the end of the compliment. There's going to be no more compliments for the rest of this trailer, unfortunately.
St. Dominic's prep goes back 100 years.
So to kind of round out the plot here, it looks like basically a white woman's fantasy of what an overseas boarding school looks like. Like they watch too many K-dramas, and this is what they did with this IP.
Parents send their kids here to learn what it takes to run the world. CEO.
Ain't no way. This looks horrid. Ain't no way. This looks horrid. This looks awful. What is this? It is British! I had no idea. This looks already horrid. This looks already horrid. Also, what is this mask? Is this... Where are we? Is this... Was this trailer made during the pandemic? What is this?
They gone and DEI'd Kakegurui. I can't believe this. Netflix, how could you? I'm not surprised at all. But look at this Blue Sky meetup. I mean, these are the people calling you a fascist on Twitter. Okay, who is this? Who is this supposed to be? This is many of the main characters from the cast right now. Yes. My memory of Kakegurui, I only saw the first season of the anime. It's been many years since then. My memory might not be the best, but I don't remember anyone looking like any of these characters. Like, who's this guy? Who is this guy? I don't remember an extremely flamboyant male character existing in the show. Who is this guy? Who are all these people? Yeah, well, we're going to take a look at some of these characters, and trust me, it's going to get a lot worse.
They DEI'd a good anime. They actually DEI'd a good anime. That is crazy. So Parasite doesn't have a live action series called Parasite Grey, and all the cast from South Korea because they speak Korean in the live action Parasite series. Okay. So there's an anime character in Kakegurui with a full face mask of comedy. They adapted here into that. So that is that character is supposed to be the character that actually has a full mask on, and now it's just help. I don't want to get COVID. That's interesting.
Dictate.
So here's one example of a character, for some reason, wearing a COVID mask in the year 2025. That's stunning and brave. Now, this is the character that they're based.
That's not even remotely close! That is not remotely close! These characters are not the same! Also, why do you have brown or red hair? You are not the same! You don't even have the same color! What is this? Nah, I don't like Fifi. just wanted to say that, but what is that? What is this?
They got rid of the iconic mask and replaced it with this cringe. Why, you ask? I have no clue. They just did it because this is Netflix, unfortunately. But it gets even worse. Let's play for another second. Let's do another side-by-side comparison. Look how they massacred my girl.
This is not remotely close. They not only took her mask, they took her booba too. That is the flattest adult I've seen in a long time. Suit's colors inverted too. That's terrible anime live action adaptation. But my guys, see you tomorrow. Bye, Zoom. Take care. I mean, my girlfriend is also flat, but that's besides the point. I love her. But this is not close. It's not even that. Not even the eye patch is the same. This is a square. This looks like an egg. The hair is black. Maybe dark brown. A really dark brown. This is not close. Even if it's not the same, so the later version is better. The latter version, obviously.
Yep, they did. This is insane. Again, giving some credit. It is hard to match an anime with the live action. It's hard to replicate it in real life. And sometimes it just looks a little cringe. It's a little cringy because that's the way anime into live action often goes. But this just looks bad. It just doesn't look good. It looks like a high school...
It looks more so like they did not even try. They did not even try. They did not try. Shane British flat, I bet you. No idea. I've never properly inspected, but she's a petite 5-foot woman.
Production, okay? The costumes just are so bad, and we know with the Japanese version, they can pull it off. You can pull off these characters if you do a good enough job. They're not doing a good job. In fact, there's even this screenshot floating around right now. I don't know if this is real.
This can't be the same character. Nah, I refuse. Nah, this can't be the same character. Nah, I refuse. This can't. Nah, I refuse. I refuse to believe that this is the same character. I'm upset for the fans. This can't. Nah, I don't think so. I hope Kusa is wrong. Please be wrong. Well, I won't try to encourage you to find out before your time with your girlfriend. I will only find out once I'm married with her. It's just... What is this? What is that? What am I looking at?
I couldn't find it in the trailer, but a lot of people have been pointing this out. If this is real, no words. No words at all. But let's continue on.
Lords, but it's not the classes that change you. It's the gambling.
I'm going to point something out here because Netflix did it to themselves. Okay? They race swapped one of the characters with a black actor, and there's several black characters in this live action, and you have to understand the context of the show. If you lose enough bets, the students become slaves. And now they...
That sounds a little horrible. That sounds a little horrible. Just a teeny tiny little bit. The idea.
Injected a bunch of race swaps, leading to a very interesting direction for...
Yeah, but we got it for Harry Potter too. Remember, Sirius Snape is white. Like, old milk white. They race swap this man. And remember, Harry finds Snape suspicious. You could put that into race. You could turn that into racism. Harry's father bullied this man because of the way he looked. You get where I'm going with this.
For Netflix. Speaking of gambles, this is quite the gamble they're pulling off with this race swap. Again, seems kind of tone deaf to the entire plot of the show, but anyways.
Your winnings are everything.
Do you see this character? If you're familiar with the series, you might not recognize her, but you might see the one indicator, the blue lipstick. This is Kirari. I'm not kidding. Here's the character they're basing this off of.
This is not the same character. This is not the same. She literally just a regular lady with a blue lipstick. What is this? To be fair, filmed in Britain, so they'll go, yeah, but we got rid of slavery in 1820. You Americans, meanwhile, acting like they didn't literally own Africa until 1954. True and real. This is still crazy though. This is not the same. It's literally just you put on a school uniform and made turned the lips blue. That's it. Where gambling determines social status, one would wonder why the lower rungs of characters are all black in the British production. That makes it even. The more you look at this context-wise, the worse it gets.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm seeing double. I mean, they absolutely nailed this character right down to the very essence. Yeah, this is a joke, right? They got the hair wrong, they got the color wrong, they even messed up the iconic blue lipstick. They fumbled like the most recognizable feature of this character. This looks like some girl who's going to the local liberal arts college and is majoring in gender studies. Like, this is an absolute joke. This is not what Kirari should be looking like in a live action. It's like they didn't even try.
Top 10 get into student council. They play like assassins.
Again.
It might have actually just been a ham sandwich. It might have genuinely just been the entire... Supposed to be icy sky blue. Looks like she went to town on a Smurf. It might have actually be just a ham sandwich. Literally.
Again, being very generous. It's hard to pull off, especially quirkiness in live action when you're basing it on anime. But this doesn't look quirky, this looks cringe. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it, okay? It's cringe. I'm sure most people just found that...
This looks like a fan trailer that you could see on YouTube. That's what it looks like.
Cringe, and a lot of elements of this trailer cringe.
Teachers and students vanish. Dead, alive, nobody knows.
That sounds fun.
She's insane.
My parents.
They went to St. Dominic's.
One of these people murdered them.
They really try to also make Yumiko as some kind of like savior of the school, which is a weird route because it's not really what she was doing in the anime. She's not like some hero trying to save the whole school. It's like not what she's about, but that's kind of the spin they're going with here. Interesting, I guess.
And I'm gonna find out who.
So you're some type of pro gambler, here to beat everyone and take their money.
No, not their money.
They were really proud of this shot. You know they were very proud of this shot. 100%.
I'm a killer. Blackjack! Bingo!
In this world?
You know, I was gonna compliment, again, how well the actress kind of nails Yumiko's craziness. And then this happens. And then just the pure unadulterated...
They get you into it. They get you into it. They get you into it. And then this. The one Asian in the entire show. The antagonist. That's also very ironic.
Adulterated cringe rears its ugly head once again with this. This is the person...
With people pulling out that, Asians are white adjacent.
Person calling you a chud on Twitter for criticizing this trailer.
You rule or you obey. At St. Dom's?
Well, At least they stayed faithful to the source material for this scene.
I make the rules. We're just getting started.
Also, the fighting scenes are just, like, comedically bad. And also, what is with this shot? Is this the Hunger Games? What happened to the plot here? Why are we doing all this? That's it. That's the trailer. Are you interested in trying out Bets?
I'm canceling my Netflix subscription. Once again.
Let your opinions be known in the comments section if you're thrilled to see this. Now, there's a lot going on with this series and with the reactions to it. The YouTube comment section on this is brutal, to say the least. You can see the top comments.
Oh my god. The Pope didn't die for this. Take it back. We should start making Murder by Netflix award. Netflix, there's Baccarat, Caps, Roulette. Nah, bingo. Bingo!
This is just right down the list as we go here. Pope didn't die for this. Take it back. We should start making Murdered by Netflix awards. It's a good idea. Just give us Kakegurui Season 3. Yumiko is not a hero. She is not out to help people. She only wants the thrill of gambling. Colonized version of Kakegurui.
This is wild. This is a wild comment. Base but wild. Colonized version of Kakegurui. Kakegurui. This is wild.
Netflix, I understand your desire for more Kakegurui, but you didn't need to do this. We just wanted Season 3. They do realize the main plot of this show is about losing bet equals become a slave. And they are genius enough to have a black dude to be the character. We have Kakegurui at home. This isn't the Kakegurui I remember. Yes, I think that's a very fair statement to be made here. And also, of course, you go to the YouTube or the Twitter comments, and things get even worse, okay? People are not exactly thrilled. You see the comparison points being made. How did you ruin Kakegurui? How do you mess with perfection? And you got the DEI squad here. Russian roulette, but all the chambers are filled because what the F? Cancel it. This stuff is ass. Live action of the animated project will always be trash, especially if it's made by BET. Okay. It's not by BET, Black Entertainment Television, but I'll allow it because there is a quote from the Boondocks here.
Black Entertainment Television is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
That was
I've never seen this before. It's a clip that should go into my collection.
Good episode. Anyways, why did Japan create a show based on black exploitation? What? Why are you guys so confused about this? Why are you so confused about the name? That's like the one thing we can really settle here. It's called Bet. Absolute ass. Bro, all the animes to adapt. This stuff is going to be worse than Death Note. Possibly. Who asked for this? Y'all brought back the Zoomer version of High School Musical and slapped Kakegurui as the title name. Please, I beg you, stop. Then you see this. Some Dragon Ball Evolution.
Dragon Ball Evolution. My beloved.
Evolution here. You know what? Let's give some grace to Dragon Ball Evolution. Let's look back fondly at the memories it gave us, okay? And right now, it's no longer the worst rated film. Actually, Snow White and that live action actually overtook. This is the worst rated film. It's pretty impressive, actually. But you get the point, right? This is a disaster. Who asked for this? Nobody. Nobody asked for this. And it's a very hard anime to nail. But the thing is, it's been done before and done well. And Netflix is now just slinging it out there.
Every live action and you know what's funny? not just in live action, also every other adaptation. I've heard that the people who made Castlevania thought about like maybe making a Berserk adaptation, and I'm like, no, leave Berserk alone. Don't touch Berserk. Thank you. Never. Not once. Please. And you know, I find it ironic with Devil May Cry. When I look at Netflix, and then I look at a Chinese company adding, as for collaboration, adding Dante and Virgil as characters into the game, and doing an amazing job at incorporating something into the game that actually does not belong there. I love that. Cause yeah, Punishing Grey Raven gets Dante and Virgil. I'm a PGR shill. I must do this.
Making this absolute disaster of a project that's going to bomb. This is not going to do well. I have a very strong feeling it will not, unless it really does well with the Zoomers this is trying to appeal to. But yeah, not a great look for bets. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
My opinion is, one season, done. One season, done. That's going to be it. We get one season of this, and then it'll be cancelled immediately. Because that's how this goes. It gets cancelled immediately. That's just what it is. There's not much to say. This gets cancelled after one season, and then we'll all be happy. Then we'll all be happy. Alrighty. I would go massive overtime if I watched another video. Chat. We're ending here. We are ending here for today. Okay. Now I want to check something. I want to try something. I've never used the rate feature on YouTube. Not once. I don't think I have. So I will use it now. I will utilize it now. Is somebody that I know live? Let me check. Let me check. Somebody that I know live. Let me check. Chat. Let me, in fact, check. If somebody I know is live. Let me see. No one's live. Well, that sucks. Can I find a smaller VTuber that does something? Because I would like to utilize this once. Yeah, nobody's live. I guess Celestia would be live later, but that doesn't work. Let me check on YouTube, chat. Let me check on YouTube. I want to do something nice. Why not? If there's somebody, I would like to do that. Why not? Send you guys over there. Somebody smaller that I feel like I know. Oh, this is an artist. No, what we do? Nah. That's a small channel. We'll do that. Can I? How can I do this? Trying to figure things out, chat. I'm trying to figure things out. I've never used this before, so I would like to do it. Send you guys over there. If I figure out how to do it, that is. Then I'd like to do it. Oh, wait a minute. That should be fine. Oh, I know how it works. Perfect. I found it. I found someone. If that pops up. Just looks cute, why not? If it did pop up, but it doesn't pop up, I hate it. I hate it when that happens. Just a small, just like a smaller VTuber. But unfortunately, it doesn't pop up. What can I do? Why does that not pop up? I hate this. I guess I could just copy. I know what I could do. I could just copy the title of the stream and just throw that in there. Yeah, let's do it like this. Who cares? I found the solution. Does that work? That does not work. I hate this. How does that not work? Well, YouTube's rating feature is kinda dog shit, I must admit. That is in fact dog shit. That's sad though. That's so annoying. Why is that so bad? It kinda sucks. I don't think GT's live either, unfortunately. What else can I do? Is there another channel I could find? Yeah, that's another small one. That's another small one. Oh yeah, let's try that. Maybe YouTube can find this one. Who knows? Maybe YouTube can find this one. If not, it is what it is. This just does not show up. Some people you cannot just redirect because you have the privileges for that. That is so stupid. Okay, I guess this does not work. I wish it did, but it does not. Yeah, you need redirect privileges. Just type in VTuber. What does happen? What do I find? Okay, we do have some VTubers that are there whose lives I do see. Oh, let me check. I wish this would work better. This kind of booty cheeks, I must admit. This is kind of booty cheeks. Oh, this one. This one popped up, huh? Yeah, sure, I'll just send you guys over to this small creator. Well, not smaller. She's bigger than me, but I don't care. Perfect. Perfect, guys. I found somebody. I found somebody. Her name is Simply, but with the W. I'll just send you guys over there. Anyways, guys, I'll be ending stream here. Thank you so much for watching. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with shiny hunting. Take care, guys. Have a great day, nice day. And yeah, bye, guys. Take care.